Very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston for the second day of the County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Middlesex, a game that took strides forward towards a result on day one. I think it's fair to say 22 wickets falling in the day. Middlesex absolutely capitalising on what was a good toss to win on a surface that afforded some pretty extravagant seam in the first half of the day under some significant cloud cover as well, managing to skittle out Warwickshire for just 60 in the first innings. Those 5 wickets for Ethan Bamber and 3 for Toby Rowland-Jones. Middlesex 199 all out in reply. The positivity of Ryan Higgins 53 and Josh DeCaris 37, seeing them over the line to a good score. 3 wickets each for Hannon Dolby, Hamza and Barnard. And then by the close, Alex Davis and Will Rhodes had been dismissed for a second time in the day. A wicket each for Bamber and Tom Helm. It means that we resume this morning with Warwickshire 53 for 2. They trailed by 86 runs with 8 second innings wickets standing. Rob Yates and Sam Hain will resume the innings. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. A little bit later on, Eve Jones will be with us, the captain of Central Sparks, soon to play for the Phoenix again in the 100, also plays for Warwickshire. And we'll also hear between now and lunch from Phil Britt from Warwickshire County Cricket Club, the curator of the museum, amongst other things. But alongside me first of all this morning, from BBC London and Middlesex County Cricket Club, is Kevin Hand. Morning, Kevin.
Still think they should have taken the extra half hour.
Well, they couldn't have done because there's only 2 wickets down. So, I mean, what a way to start.
How are you? Good morning, folks.
I'm stunning. I don't know about you. I'm really
well, yeah,
good.
we had a good old natter upstairs. We missed that outdoors. We don't have a sofa where you can sit down and have a natter. Cup of tea and a sit down.
Yeah. But you still have a nice room, though, at the back there, don't you?
You do, but it's not quite a sofa, though. It's a different feel at a table as opposed to a sofa, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a proper cup of tea and a
It's
sit
a long
down.
way up from the sofa, though. It's not good for your knees.
No, I'd go the other way. It probably is good for your knees, isn't it? Get the mobility going. Flexion.
No, I don't mind the mobility. It's the actual getting up. Because I'll have an update to do in the next 2.5 minutes, I'll take the first over of the morning, which Ethan Bamber is going to bowl. It is a far more pleasant morning in terms of the start of play, in that we've got quite a bit of blue sky, flecks of sort of stringy cloud up above us, 1 or 2 lines that aeroplanes have made over the course of the morning from the airport a few miles down the road. And Middlesex will look to eke out these 8 wickets as cheaply as possible to set themselves up for victory, as Bamber's first delivery is left alone by Hain outside off stump. There's been a little bit of smoke coming up from somewhere behind the stand at the far end since yesterday afternoon. It's like somebody's got a coal fire going, or the longest running bonfire.
Well, they've announced a new curator of the museum.
Well, yeah, it's been a long debate. All the cardinals of Warwickshire County Cricket Club have...
I've never been to Phil's museum. Well, Warwickshire Museum.
It's very good, and lots of second-hand books there that you can buy, which is always nice. As Hain pushes forward, thinking about the first run of the day, Yates was almost committed to it, but gets himself turned round.
Does Phil get a percentage?
No, because he's a very generous benefactor himself. I'm going to defend him against such things. I do remember helping during a very wet day when there was nothing going to be happening for hours.
You helped with the book sale?
I went across to help him with counting all the little coins, because loads of people donate coins.
Oh, this sounds right up your street.
It was... it took quite a while, actually. Bamber once more, back of a length, onto his toes is Hain to defend it back up towards mid-on.
Don't they have machines to do that now?
Not in the museum, they don't.
You can't you can take it. Can't you just take it to the bank and pour it in, and it does it for you?
You can take it to supermarkets, but you lose 10 pence in the pound, don't you?
Do you really?
And this is well,
not in the bank, you don't.
The machines have to make money, don't they?
Well, not in the bank.
You turn up with loads of coins at the bank, they get quite upset.
Oh well, it's a job.
That's if you can find one that's still open on the high street.
Well, exactly.
That was not a political point, just a fact. I'll be doing an update in a few seconds for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR as Hain fends the next delivery outside off stump, back down the track. It does have the look of a slightly more peaceful surface to bat on this morning. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where players resumed on day 2 of the championship match between Warwickshire and Middlesex. The Bears already batting second time around, resumed on 53 for 2, which is still the score, 4 balls in, but it does look slightly more benign, this surface today. They still trail by 86 runs, but it'd be interesting to see if they can get any sort of substantial lead here to put some pressure on a Middlesex side who haven't always been confident with the bat during the course of this season. Sam Hain is just defending another ball from Ethan Bamber. Warwickshire 53 for 2, they trail trail by 86. There we go. First one done. Always good to get that done.
So do you have to say your name at the beginning just because they don't know who it is?
Because it's 2 different stations and they might be queuing you up differently. So
just in case they think it's Clive Eakin today.
Yeah, well, it depends.
I've been Clive Eakin before.
I've known that happen a few times, that an reporter ends up doing a bulletin because of the timings.
Well, that wasn't Clive Eakin. We're not sure who it was, but...
Bamber back of a length, just tucked into the leg side by hand. Maiden over to start the day. 53 for 2 are Warwickshire, and one would imagine that Toby Rowland Jones will be next up. But
they actually said it. I mean, as popular as Clive's Friday Night Jukebox is...
How
many people I'm sure it's still going in his garage, isn't it?
Don't know where he's got a garage.
Probably on a Thursday night as well. As popular as it was, the newsreader didn't have to say at the back, well, that wasn't Clive Eakin, and I'm not sure who it was, but thank you for the report. Just keep going. The listeners would never have known.
Exactly. It doesn't matter to a listener, does it, really?
Yeah. I mean, there'll be a few out there. That wasn't Clive. Where's Clive?
There would people. Some would have noticed. You're right.
Mrs. Britt would have been driving along. She said, where's Clive?
I'm fairly sure, like many of us with partners, they would not be listening to it. It'd be fair to say Mrs. W won't be listening to this today.
Here's Rowland Jones. 53 for 2. Yates has 26, and Rowland Jones, number 18 from 3. He's right arm over the wicket and bowls just outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. 6-3 field. 86-run lead for Middlesex as Warwickshire try to take this to a final innings. What do you reckon? 60 runs. Same in the final innings as they scored in the first. Can they score another 145 or so from here and set Middlesex up 60 to win? Rowland Jones bowls and forward goes. Yates pushing back up the track and there's no run. It looks less green than yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're going. I said yesterday at the time they're going to need to get 300 in the second innings if this surface flattens out, and I think the early indications are that it is flattening out.
Oh, they've been a second innings team this year, Middlesex. They got the scores level against Northamptonshire. That was fun.
So with that in mind, I actually think they probably need 350, 400 here. Now that might seem unlikely based on yesterday's play, but stranger things have indeed happened.
But it's Edgbaston, and it's that end of the square. Rowland Jones bowls, forward defence from Yates again into the offside. Left-hander just eases it through. Yes. The one caveat there, though, is Middlesex is second bottom for a reason, and one of the main reasons has been their troubles with the bat. And they are looking at these final run of games now, having not beaten Northamptonshire this year. They lost one and drew one with Northamptonshire. Sit one place above Northamptonshire. They've beaten Kent, but they only play Kent once. They beat them Nottinghamshire after a rain delay forced a declaration by Mullaney. As Rowland Jones bowls, this is pushed back by Yates, and there's no run. If Middlesex are set a 110 to win the final innings here, it could be interesting. Yeah,
although for that to be the target, what are you looking at? You're looking at
200 more,
240 odd. I just think that if that innings starts today with so much time left in the game and probably conditions, conditions are clearly more benign this morning than they were yesterday by a distance. 110 is not going to challenge them.
Rowland Jones bowls outside the off stump, left lane again, 53 for 2. Again, if Rushworth were here, yesterday might have happened even quicker. We might have been done by now if Rushworth were playing. He'd have liked it yesterday, wouldn't he?
He'd loved it. He was in the building. He was around. Yeah.
Did his dad come down? Have you met his dad yet? His dad was a regular in the commentary box at Chesterley Street.
I haven't met him.
So you haven't met his dad's dog Pasha yet either?
Oh, no, I'm familiar with the dog. No, I'm not. No. You very rarely independently meet a dog without its owner.
Rowland Jones is in. Bowls. This sees away his backward point, and there's no run. 53 for 2. Well, no, you'd be surprised. The dog runs free. Has free roam with the press box at Chesterley Street, so it is quite plausible that you've been up there and the dog's come up and said hello to you, but you didn't know whose dog it was. And down the other end, that's Chris Rushworth's dad, and you haven't said hello to him.
I have met a cricketer's dog for the first time this season.
Whose?
Will Rhodes.
Oh, what dogs do you have?
4-legged. Got a tail, head.
Colour?
Has got colour, yeah.
Name?
Almost certainly, because otherwise you can't call it, can you? But it was in the lift at Southampton at the Ageas Bowl.
Fragrance?
Really hard to tell because Will's other half was in there as well. So it may well have been Chanel. Here's Bamber coming into Boulder Hayne. And Hayne clips him off his pads, but he won't be able to beat the man at mid-wicket who stoops down to do the fielding. Helm.
So she was either wearing Chanel or Oda dog.
And I already knew Ollie's dog, Ollie Hannon-Dolby's dog, who's called Toby.
Ah.
He's a tall dog.
Toby Hannon-Dolby.
Tall dog. He's one of those tall dogs.
So, Toby Rowland Jones's dog's name is Oliver.
No, probably not. And then there was Frank.
His brother's name's Oliver.
And then I met
Jones.
Frank the Tank, Tim Ambrose's dog.
Frank the Tank.
Yeah. Bamber in once more to Hayne, and that was slightly awkward. Gets up at him, fends it off. Oohs and ahs.
Famous people's dogs that you've met. Tweet us.
Adam Hose, Isla, little yappy dog, Isla, little yappy dog. No, Isla, Frank the Tank, and Toby did one of these dog training courses for series 2 of the podcast. Oh yeah, we took them to Birmingham Dogs Home, where Tony Frost, the batting coach here, his wife works there, and they did one of these agility courses. It was really good fun. It's quite controversial because there were penalty points to be awarded. So this one back of a length is turned round the corner by Hayne for a single, 54 for 2. So Isla Hose was the quickest dog, but Frank the Tank, who's a rather pugnacious pug, had less penalty points. Toby just couldn't be bothered, really. Languid.
And did you get
legs
involved
like his dad. I was going round with them. I actually...
One, did you have a dog? And if not, two, did you at least try the course?
I'm scared of dogs.
Scared of dogs, and you went to the dog's home to do
the week we went to record that, I was presenting the mid-morning show at
Yeah.
WM. So we had a dog psychologist come on to explain to me how to cope when you're surrounded by dogs.
How do you cope when you're surrounded by dogs?
Look them in the eye and be friendly and be calm, really, was kind of the advice, which seems sensible. Round the wicket comes Bamber to Yates, who leaves it alone outside off stump.
It's a bit like going for a press interview at the end of the day when the team's had a bad day, isn't it? Look them
No,
in the eye, be
that's the
friendly,
reverse.
calm.
No.
Don't look them in the eye, don't be friendly, don't be calm.
After a bad day, you don't look Robbo in the eye. You look anywhere, but you look at the badge on his tracksuit. Yeah. He's got a steely glare, Robbo, when he's not happy. And he's done tremendously well since he got here, Mark Robinson, as well. He's good value, but when he's angry, he's angry. Bamber in. Pushing forward is Yates. It's steered towards backward point. Picked up there, no run, 54 for 2.
The Incredible Sulk. When he's angry, he's angry. The Incredible Hulk, you wouldn't like it when he's angry.
I'm aware of the Incredible Hulk, that's good. He was
Incredible
green.
Sulk.
Was it Bruce Banner or something?
Yeah.
Is that what he's called?
Oh, you don't do any of this, do you?
I don't do science fiction, no, not generally, but...
Dear me.
I mean, when I was
Give me a
when
blank
I
look
was a
at
young child, it might have been of interest. So I did see the Incredible Hulk.
Well, you're
and
wearing a
Batman then.
Sandman top today.
That means nothing to me at all. Bamber comes into bowl to Yates, and that one goes past the outside edge. First ball of the morning to really cause any bother. Comes 3 overs in, but Yates remains on 26. Hayne on 7, 54 for 2.
But yeah, every listener at home knows that one of Spider-Man's arch enemies, what colour top he wore and what design it was. Sandman.
Sorry. Every listener.
I bet.
Every.
I think you're in the minority here.
Unless we're not sending the stream this morning, I think you're probably wrong. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Peter Parker. So I can at least do that bit.
Green stripy top. Sandman used to wear.
I said this is hoopy rather than stream.
Hoopy, you're correct. Hoopy, a green hoopy top. Speaking of hooping, there hasn't been much of it this morning just yet, has there?
No, they're going to have to work harder for the wickets today, but they're very much on top in the game, which gives you that added oomph, doesn't it?
Rowland Jones, bowls full, straight, dug out by Hayne as far as mid-on, 3 slips behind. There's no run. So did you get on all right with the dogs then? The psychologist's advice helped?
Do you know what? It went like a dream, and I'm much better around dogs generally now. Yeah, it did work. It does help that they were 3 really, really likeable dogs as well. But then there were others in the home that were sort of in and around. But
Players were a bit iffy, but their dogs were all right.
oh yeah. No, I still.
Who was it? Ambrose.
Yeah, to be fair, you couldn't wish to find three nicer blokes, so I'm not going to go there.
Forward goes Hayne pushing into the onside. There's no run, 54 for 2.
Adam Hose is a real gentleman.
Yeah, but that's the funny bit. You know they're nice blokes when we say they're bad. It's when we don't say
exactly,
that they're...
Yeah, I'm delighted he's been making runs in all formats for Worcester because he's a really, really lovely lad, Adam. Ollie's a pain in the backside, but, you know, I'm allowed to say that about Ol. No, we've put the pod blast on hold now. We're not done any this year in the end, but we had 5 very good years of doing that. We had some really memorable moments.
Roland Jones to Hayne. It's left alone outside off, 54 for 2. That's what you see. That's what I was so excited about Ethan Bamber on the BBC main page, not only the main sport page, the main page of the BBC website.
So you're still excited about that?
Yeah, I mean that's why.
It's the sort
as much as the love you've just talked of for
it's
the
the sort of
Warwickshire
excitement that
there.
you get from an 8-year-old boy who knows that he can't draw for toffee, but gets his piece of artwork put on the classroom wall.
Are you saying Ethan Bamber can't bowl for toffee, but he got on the BBC website?
No, I'm saying your excitement is that.
Roland Jones bowls, and that's a lovely drive down the grounds. Slightly over-pitched again by Roland Jones. He's gone full here, hasn't he, to try and engage the batter. And engaged he was. A lovely on drive that. Straight back past the bowler, straight to mid-on. 58 for 2. Trail by 81 now, Warwickshire.
That would suggest the outfield slightly quicker as well, because anything that went straight yesterday was losing pace and slowed up 3/4 of the way on, didn't it?
Yeah.
Proper lovely cricketing day this morning, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, you know, as much as yesterday was fun and we were all joking about fast forward cricket and an extra half an hour and everything, there is a lament that we might lose 2 full days cricket here. So here's Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this is defended by Hayne on the back foot. Again, the whole 16 down to 14. Oh, they've got to play less. Well, hold on a minute. You play 10 games a season. What if this happens? You end up with a 2-dayer. Yeah. You know, significant percentages of the season that are lost either due to the weather or because of the weather. If you take the difference there, you know, either in pitch preparation, you know, you get a pitch which hasn't quite had the time to be prepared because of the weather leading up to the game, or then you get to a game and you've got a great prepared pitch and it rains all week. This is Roland Jones. He's in, bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket. A slight fumble, and they're thinking about the single. They shouldn't. Robson. Is it Robson? He shouldn't be there at mid-wicket. What number's that? 25. De Carey's. My apologies. De Carey's at 25. I thought it was 12. 58 for 2 is the score at the end of the over. But yeah, you know, that's just, well, look, this is the perfect example.
But this is something you might take up with Eve, because she'll be joining you at 11:30. But I don't know anybody in any sport, and probably in any profession, that gets better by not practicing what they do. And the best place to practice...
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point.
On the field
the
of
word
play.
Practice, you have to be careful with, because you say, well, in the nets, you know, we don't get enough time in the nets. There are very few coaches out there that will tell you you'll improve in the nets by spending more time in there. There's a balance.
There might be a specific technical flaw you can work on in the nets, as Bamber will continue round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who hasn't scored yet this morning, leaves that alone outside off stump. But match practice is what you need. It hardens you. It makes you better. You know, we inevitably draw on so many things that have happened in the Ashes this year, but it is surely inexcusable that a handful of the England team, they were a bit undercooked going in. What on earth have you got international cricketers being undercooked going into a first test for? Well, get them playing some cricket.
Well, they went away and played golf the week before the test, didn't they, rather than played for the counties.
Bamber in, looking to drive this to the offside is Yates, and with a short boundary, once that beats backward point, it will roll away for 4. His first run to the day is up to 30. 62 for 2, and it means Warwickshire now have a superior second innings total to what they achieved in the first. And the gap is down to 77.
Well, there you go. How many do they have to score for Middlesex to then score more than they scored in their first innings, Middlesex?
Well, it's logical that they have to score more than 199.
There you go.
If you think about it. There's a logic there.
60 plus.
Well, to make them have to score more than 60, they have to score more than Middlesex did. Anyway, Bamber in, coming down the wicket a bit was Yates, and he's nicked off. So he goes from a boundary to a nick off, and he'd taken a little step down the wicket to approach the ball, and it seemed a tiny bit. It's not gone a long way by any stretch of the imagination. It's just done a little bit, and it was enough to account for Rob Yates. The breakthrough for Middlesex, Warwickshire 62 for 3.
That was you being facetious that nicked that wicket for Middlesex. No, my point was for Middlesex to score more than they scored in their first innings.
Okay.
To make, or another way of saying it, to make Middlesex score the highest total of the match in the final innings. What's the tipping point where Middlesex
259.
60 plus? There you go, 190, 199. 62 for 3. It was you being facetious. What's another word for it? Is there an extended word?
Actually, no. It wouldn't be. It'd be more than that. They'd have to score 328, wouldn't they? Because it's.
Oh, you see, here we go.
Yeah.
You just bought another wicket for Middlesex now. You see.
No. So Dan Mosley comes to the crease, but just done that little bit, and Bamber put the ball in the right places so much. But Yates,
he's good.
Same for the replay. He's standing outside his crease, and he comes forward a step, and he's just done a little bit, and you can see his frustration with himself, Yates. Warwickshire are going to need a couple of batsmen to make big scores here. Otherwise, we could find ourselves done lunch or soon after. And credit to Bamber, who's now got his 7th wicket of the match.
Did I mention I like Ethan Bamber?
Yeah, well, you're right too.
He's good, isn't he? 24 years of age. He's got injury permitting, he's got a very long career ahead of him. He's got an incredible record already, and there's a simplicity to his game that's just wonderful. I mean, he's not doing anything ridiculous out there. He's just doing the basics very well, isn't he? And as long as he can stick to the basics, then injury permitting. 24 years of age now. That may well be his 150th first-class wicket. I'm just seeing if I can get the live return, but circa 150 at an average of 26.
Mosley comes in on a pair and leaves the ball outside off stump. Bamber got him in the first innings with a ball that cut back into middle and off. Did that bounce a second time before it reached John Simpson? Looked like it might have done. But, not for the first time in recent years, and it happens very often during the T20. You look at a Warwickshire team and you say, okay, Sam Hayne's got to do it again for them. He's got to bail them out and dig them from a really precarious position. And he delivers on many occasions. This is probably a little bit more difficult than most of those situations. As Mosley has advanced down the wicket and gets up above the ball and steers it nicely down behind square on the leg side to get himself off a pair. 63 for 3. But I think we were talking about the point about losing cricket. I mean, look, we are far cry away from the days when they used to be playing 7 days a week and you'd have 2 championship games and a Sunday league match every week. And anybody would say that's overkill, plus the travelling. And, sometimes you'd have 7 successive days of cricket on the ground and people would come down for all of them. You plan your holiday around that week. Let's have a week off that week. Just go down to Edgbaston every day. But it's got to be enough, and I think August is still an issue, isn't it? As Bamber comes in once more to bowl, Hayne has advanced down the wicket a bit, and then full face of the bat, defends it back down the track end of the over. 63 for 3, successful over for Ethan Bamber. But you look at August.
An issue, still.
August is an issue this year because all you've got is 850 over games.
An issue, it's more than an issue.
Well, yeah.
Trying to not use an expletive.
It's ridiculous, and yet they want to channel everything towards the 100, and I kind of get that's what they would do to try and back it, because it's been a very expensive competition to launch and run.
Diplomatically put.
Well, I'm going to stick with facts. It's been a very expensive competition to launch and run. The ECB can't come back and argue that, can they? But
I'm going to keep you going
for professional cricketers to only have 8, maybe 9 days of cricket in the whole of August. And for county spectators to have 4 days of cricket.
Well, you're talking about some serious county cricketers as well. Some very, very good players who just aren't quite T20 or 100 players. As here's Roland Jones, he bowls, and this is clipped up to mid-on. 64 for 3. I mean, it's a relatively easy solve to it. Just make it home and away, the One Day Cup. Put it in 3 groups, home and away. It's because one of the a lot of people really enjoyed the One Day Cup last year.
It was great.
But then fine, all right. If you're going to have T20 in the evening, then during the day, list A. Let the 100 teams play in the evening, the short format, the shortest format, and list A play during the day. But it's got to be played more regularly. You can't just have 8 days of it in in August. Roland Jones bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, tumbling stop by Helms, done well there. Probably just saves one. They weren't going to get it away. I mean, what my point being, you can't play home and away, and you know it's a bit daft going up to Durham for a List A game with almost second 11.
Yeah.
Make it 3 groups of 6, home and away, 10 matches then in August, and
so it's
quarterfinals.
Shaped a bit like the old T20 groups.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you play...
Which is what the Blast should go back to as well. If they're going to keep the 100, you can't have this amount of T20 cricket. It's madness.
Well, I don't have that much of a problem with the Blast schedule, to be honest, but...
Roland Jones bowls, and that bounces, hits high up on the bat, it's eased away to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, but the Blast schedule reduces the possibility of returning to 16 championship games, which they must do. I mean, it really is. Being up in Division 1 this year, it's an utter nonsense that Middlesex are only playing Kent once. When that's the big fixture to go down this year now. I mean, Middlesex have lost and drawn to Northamptonshire, so Northampton are extremely unlucky. They've beaten Middlesex, they've drawn with them, but Northampton are going to go down. And Middlesex may well stay up, but to not play Kent twice is daft. As here's Roland Jones. He's in bowls, and this is clipped away through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. Now this will be a test of the outfield, which there you go.
Yeah, it's a bit quicker,
shows Richard's point. It's sped up.
Lovely shot from Sam Hain. He's up to 15. Yeah, the uneven schedule is a problem in that. I mean, the one thing I would say about that is because historically, for many, many years, the old 3-day county championship was an uneven schedule. There was a spell where it was 24 games. There was a spell when it was 22. Then you had the phase where you had some 3-day and some 4-day. So there's always been this level of unevenness to it.
There's a pretty easy solve here at the moment. Let's just go back to the old T20 Cup. 3 groups of
6, yeah.
3 groups of 6, home and away, with less travelling then. You know, I mean, going all the way to Taunton on a Friday night, going all the way to Cardiff.
I'm going to come up with a compromise for you in a moment, but yeah, okay.
Roland Jones bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Play more List A in August, and then just return to 16 games a season.
I'm going to accept there's going to be some travelling. I would say if you want to go back to 3 groups of 6, so it's 10 group games, I can see your logic if that buys us a couple of championship matches. Mix it up a bit, and let's end this bit where you can... I believe Warwickshire and Middlesex have never played a T20 game. I believe that's true. And we see teams from the Southern Group, once in a decade now.
Roland Jones bowls, and all that bites up towards the splice of the bat and defended into the offside of the front foot by... let me get the pronunciation... Sorry, I haven't got the pronunciation of his name now, so I'm not even going to try it. The batter. Mosley, thank you.
Yeah.
I was going Mal.
Yeah,
Mosley, sorry.
Look, players in the team say it differently. He insists that his name's Mosley.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to say it. I thought I'll just not say it and ask you to say it one more time.
He was the revelation of the Blast this year with his 20-odd wickets, which was extraordinary. A lot of good runs as well. I'll do one more over before Eve comes in to replace me.
So go on, you're saying a return to 16 games.
Return to 6, 3 groups of 6 in the T20, but we'll have different groups each year, so that you actually see different teams. And okay, it's not ideal for the travelling, but it's never going to be perfect.
Well, it's not only the travelling. I mean, at Lords this year, 15,000 for Surrey Middlesex.
Bamber in, coming down the wicket is Mosley, leaves it alone. It goes to the wicket keeper.
Nothing short of a disgrace, that. 15,000 in half full Lords for the hottest selling ticket in T20 cricket since the competition began in 2003. 15,000 in. The MCC have to have 16,000 in to break even. If that's not a death knell for the counties and for the Blasts, I don't know what is.
It depends how you view other crowds at other grounds and how they're doing and whether they're performing differently.
Well, they are down, aren't they?
Yeah. In comes Bamber, bat and pad on that from Mosley, but it's bat first as he tried to push well forward. Trying to deal with this full length again that Bamber's bowled. It's a lovely line, just angling that into the left-hander. Putting it in the right places again this morning, Ethan Bamber.
I mean, it's what we always feared from the beginning, 2 glass half full competitions. The 100 does an awful lot right. But could it, and most especially the women's game. The women's game has had exposure, which has, accelerated the exposure of the women's game and brought it forward so quickly, which had to happen.
Bamber once more, driven through the offside square for 4 by Mosley. And he just remarks his guard with his left toe. He knew that was going. His first boundary. He's 6.72 for 3.
Could that have happened with the regional game? Absolutely, it could have. Absolutely, it could have been done with the regional game. So the cost, your costs, you balance the costs of it as to what you've gained. We're a long way off still, aren't we? They've paved paradise to put up a parking lot.
Meanwhile, your county pros sit there twiddling their thumbs.
In the parking lot.
Yeah. Whilst the kids are off school. It's frustrating. Anyway, Bamber in once more. Back of a length. Striding forward was Mosley. Leaves it alone. There are secondary. I mean, we spoke off air earlier. There are secondary issues about players being away from their counties for a month and not getting a whole lot of coaching.
The problems outweigh the gains at the moment, and the point is the major gain could have been achieved with the regions. The major gain for the women's game could have been achieved with the regions.
Yeah. Well, but I like the fact that the women's game is developing slightly differently. It doesn't have to be a mirror thing. And the regions are really working well from that point.
I think it's a brilliant couple of competitions.
Bamber again just back of a length, so not quite as full as he was yesterday in this over, left alone by Mosley.
And the problem is as well, there's not enough games regionally at the moment. Sunrisers don't have enough games. None of them do. They all need more games, but the
slightly more this year than last year, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem is, again, you've got big gaps in between fixtures. That's not helped by another competition as well. So, I have no doubt. Could the regional game have been given to free-to-air television?
In once more, Bamber to complete an over. He's come a long way down his wicket here, Mosley. Tries to guide it through third man. That shot, all throughout this first day and a bit, has very rarely had enough pace on it to go through from anybody through the third man area. 72 for 3 at the end of the over. Eve Jones, the Central Sparks captain, will be joining Kevin Hand in a moment.
Cheers, Richard. We've got that in before the game's out, because it could be out before lunch, couldn't it? Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere and see what is happening across the country. Oh no, has my laptop died? No, don't do this to me. What's going? Oh, that helped. Control-Alt power, not Control-Alt-delete. Welcome, Eve. You've just seen the most incompetent piece of an attempt to turn on a computer.
I'm not saying anything.
Call a technician. Have you turned it on and off again? Well, that's what I keep on doing. Oh no, my battery's dying now. Look, it's all happening. Here's Roland Jones. He's got 3 slips. And this ball's full and clipped uppishly for a moment, just fine of Stoneman at mid-wicket. There was a cry of catch from somewhere. It wasn't really going to be a chance. He's timed it well, and it's another boundary. This is a very different day here, isn't it? It's at Edgbaston today.
Yeah, conditions look completely different to what they did yesterday morning. Blue sky.
You might not see the denouement of the match now. You're at least guaranteed you were going to see the outcome.
Yeah, well, obviously a long way to go here for Warwickshire, but they've started pretty well. Sam Haynes looking in good form. Outfield's quickened up quite considerably from yesterday. Wicket seems to have just flattened out a little bit as well. Not doing as much by the looks of it.
Roland Jones with 3 slips. Hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes Hayne, defending back up the track, no run. Good stride there from Hayne, wasn't there?
Yeah, he's got his feet going well early on here today. It just doesn't look like it's nipping round like it did yesterday. Mosley getting himself in as well. He's now on 6. We're just going to keep extending this partnership. Still trailing by 63 Warwickshire.
Roland Jones in, bowls, and up on his toes, Hayne looking to just defend into the offside, thick inside edge, and it falls away into the onside, and there's no run. Good tumbling stop there by Higgins, backing up. Stoneman with clearly an angry throw. He wanted to be on the motorway by now, didn't he? He thought half an hour, 8 overs, be through them.
Well, this time yesterday we were probably still.
Well, indeed.
I don't know how many down. 5 down after about half an hour's play.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
So just the 1 wicket falling this morning.
Poor old Phil Britt. He's booked table at his favourite restaurant in Birmingham city centre for lunchtime. He's going to have to go and open the museum now instead. Warwickshire digging in. Deep squares drop back. Has he come out of gully? I think he has, or is it cover? Roland Jones in bowls a bouncer. There you go, it's a rarity. Well, it's not really, but so often you see deep square put back and you can see a nice line of length delivery. Just hoping they won't be fully forwards, but
Yeah, sometimes it's whether they go for the double bluff.
how was the drive home last night?
I
Oh, you
actually
had
stayed
training?
Yeah, I had
Yeah, you
training,
had training
and then I
and
stayed
stayed.
over. Yeah, so
Locally? Did you say locally?
yeah, locally, just off Broad Street. So
Oh, it's Broad Street, city centre.
yeah, it's that way.
Big night out.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I had training, didn't finish training until 7. So
Roland Jones, bowls full, and this is driven back. Oh, good stop. Well, who is that at mid-on? Roland Jones got a fingertip to it. Around came Bamber at mid-on. Oh, shouldn't laugh, it's Bamber. You can't laugh at Bamber, he's too nice a fella.
and he's worked hard.
Yeah, he threw himself to the ground to make sure that it didn't get past him. Again, Roland Jones having got fingertips to it, it probably wasn't going to go to the boundary anyway, but saved 1, maybe 2 with the dive. And then trying to get it in as quickly as he could, possibly for a run out, with the most appalling throw. About 4 tracks along, wasn't it, in the end? And when it was returned, scratch of the crease from Mosley. If there's one thing this match has been, it's entertaining. Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's eased away to backward point, 77 for 3. But it's not, it's not great, is it? I mean, the players all talked about it last night. I didn't really get in amongst them, but it was obviously the big conversation. Was it a 22 wicket day? And the answer was no. It shouldn't have been a 22 wicket day. How much is the pitch to blame? Well, obviously it's got to take its fair share of blame. And we mentioned, didn't we, the amount of rain that's been around. The preparations for the pitch would have been restricted. But yeah, not great for the game to have a 4 or 5 session finish, which this one still stands to be at the moment, barring something very good from Warwickshire. 77 for 3. Here's Bamber continuing.
Yeah, I think it's probably a combination of a few things, isn't it? There's some excellent bowling. Middlesex obviously utilised winning the toss, the conditions, and they did bowl really well. You've got to give them that as Bamber's into bowl. And I think he's found the edge. There's a lot of shouts behind, but
well, Hayne
not too much.
Hayne dipped his head to one side, which was either to say, "Oh, I can't believe I've nicked that," or "Don't be ridiculous." That's never out.
I think he's got
bat on pad.
He's got quite far across, hasn't he? And I think he might have just pulled that back inside his pad and maybe clipped his
Little
pad
noise,
on his way through. But straight away he shook his head as if to say, "I have not hit that." Just watching this replay now. He's got a long way across, hasn't he? But he's got that bat behind the pad. So it suggests he probably got a little bit bat on pad as Bamber bowls this time, left alone by Hayne.
We had a good one last week at Lords where Middlesex was taking on Surrey. And Angus Fraser was up alongside me on mic at the time, and Peter Milan was out relatively cheaply in the first innings. And we had a text message from Alex Stewart. We were talking about his dismissal. We had him first ball in the first innings. LBW, they said. And I said, yeah, it was a really good call. I fancied I heard 2 noises. And Alex Stewart texted Angus Fraser straight away. Yeah, front and back pad.
Bamber's in this time. Oh, and he does beat the outside edge this time of Hayne.
Which I must admit, it did occur to me at the time. 2 noises, yeah, that could have been front and back pads. Wasn't necessarily the inside edge, because it was as plumb as could be otherwise. If there wasn't bat involved, it was as plumb as could be.
Sam Hayne's getting well across here. I think he did just bring his bat inside the line on that last delivery. But he is getting his feet going and very watchful of the ball. As Bamber's in again over the wicket this time. Oh, and that looked like an absolute peach of a delivery. Beats Hayne again. Hayne just advanced down the wicket, and it's not a bad ball, that one.
He's got it going now, hasn't he?
He has got it going.
How long has it taken? 35 minutes. How old's this ball now? 25th over. And again, it feels like a different day today. The pitch feels different. The overheads are certainly different. So then you look to different things, don't you? Right, what's the age of the ball? 25 overs old. Sometimes a ball comes to life at 30 overs, doesn't it?
Yeah, once that lacquer goes off the ball, it might start swinging a bit more, as Bamber's in this time. Defended by Hayne.
it feels like this spell for Bamber's just bought itself a couple more overs.
Yeah,
He's bowled
absolutely.
for 35 minutes. I think he's going to be bowling for the entirety of the first hour now.
Yeah, he's looking like he's starting to trouble the batsman here, and he is asking questions to get the ball in the right areas. Obviously not doing as much as it did yesterday. That was a really tricky phase for batting yesterday morning. Conditions obviously not favouring batting at all. Bamber's in. Last ball of the over. This time just more comfortably knocked to the offside by Hayne for no run. And that completes another good over by Bamber. Made an over. 77 for 3.
Yep, very, very good from Bamber. Probably one of the best. Yeah, let's have a look at those scores elsewhere. I was just about to do it when he sat down, but I couldn't get any device to work. I've got one working. Essex, 156 for 8. That in reply to Hampshire's 120. Harmer has 12. Porter with him now. Nobody's made it to 40 for Essex. Well, indeed, nobody's made it to 40 in the match down at the Aegeus. 3 for Abbott in that innings. 33 Pepper. 39 Rossington, former Middlesex man. Critchley, 29. 157 for 8, leading by 37. Essex. At Hampshire, they'll be happy with life. Here's Roland Jones, 3 slips behind Mosley. And he goes at a drive, which almost yorked himself with a drive from where I was sitting. Let's have a look on the replay. He did, didn't he? Looked a drive outside of the off stump and angled across the left-hander through to the gloves of Simpson. Northamptonshire, 311 for 6 at Old Trafford. So I think Emilio Gay is gone, isn't he? Yeah, caught Salt, Balderson for 144. Leach and Sales together.
It's a very quick turnaround, isn't it, at Old Trafford?
Yes.
Test match.
Roland Jones bowls, and this ball's worked away down to 5 leg. 4 runs. Nice little clip off his hip by Mosley. 81 for 3. He's on to 10. Yeah, they've done well, haven't they? There was a picture yesterday morning, wasn't there? The difference in weather.
Yeah, especially when there's this amount of rain around. Well, there has been the last few weeks. It's not easy for ground staff. Obviously, they've done a great job to get the turnaround done as quickly as they have done and be ready for that next county champ game.
Roland Jones on a length, that's left alone through to the keeper. Sales for Northamptonshire. Is he a relation? Jumbo? He is. It's his son, is it? That one's passed me by. Let's have a look. 2 of the greatest nicknames in cricket history. Car Boot and Jumble. David Sales. Poor old James. He's surely got to have all of them immediately placed on him as well now, hasn't he?
You think so?
His dad is David, yeah. Roland Jones into the crease, bowls, and this ball's full and driven. As far as mid-off, there's no run. I did say it was Sales who's batting at the moment, didn't I? Yes, it's Sales who's in with Leach. Sales on 3 and Leach on 7. Nottinghamshire against Kent. I mentioned Kent a little while ago. Middlesex with a close eye on them. Nottinghamshire 303 for 6 in the first innings of that match. Slater with a century. 94 for Moores. 20s for Young, Clark and Mullaney. James and Harrison together now, just beginning a partnership for the 7th and 8th wickets. Here goes Roland Jones. He bowls. It's defended by Mosley back up the track and there's no run, so Middlesex will be very keen on Nottinghamshire win at Trent Bridge. Surrey are 183 for 4 against Somerset. They lead by 13 runs. Latham has 83. Smith's gone for 44, but Jacks 44 from 62 is with Latham now. Latham likes to pace it, doesn't he? Strike rate of 57. 83 from 144 balls, 190 minutes. Jacks 44 from 62. Smith 44 from 41. Roland Jones bowls outside the off stump, left alone again, through to the keeper, 81 for 3. Surrey setting themselves up there at Taunton on day 2. It's mad to think, isn't it? It feels because we're so much further advanced in the game. We're talking about still the first innings at Trent Bridge, and Surrey have got a bit of a first innings lead. Division 2, Glamorgan 464 for 6 at Derbyshire. Yorkshire 180 for 3 at home to Durham. Lythe 92, Bean 46. And Worcestershire are 34 for 3. Oh, goodness me, look at that. Ducks for Libby, Azar and Kashi. the 2, 3 and 4. Roderick is still there on 24.
Bamber's then going to continue into his 10th over from the pavilion end, this time defended by Hayne.
So by the looks of it, they didn't have the what Middlesex did at the start of the season with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 for the top 4 at one point, or indeed top 5 when Hose came out to bat.
Yeah, it's not a great looking scorecard, that is it?
Oh, we find that Middlesex game for your first game of the season. Just have a look, see what it looks like in retrospect. It certainly didn't look good at the time. Everybody took a picture of the scoreboard with the 6 noughts in a row.
Not good if you're a Middlesex fan, that one.
No, it was a baptism of fire on their return to Division 1.
Bamber in again, this time defended by Hayne.
There it is, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then Eskenaar, Holden got 6, then it was 20 for 5. Simpson 63 and Higgins 70, recovering the situation. They were 4 for 4, but the 4 runs were from no balls. So the top 4 were all out for Ducks, which meant that when 5 and 6 came together, they also had nought to their name. So
who was that against Essex?
Essex, yeah, they were ported, not cooked. They were ported.
Bamber approaching, a bit shorter this time, still defended by Hayne, the offside. Just knocked down to that point fielder. Yeah, feels like it's a slow day so far, considering yesterday it was all sort of happening on the edge of our seats. Felt like something was going to happen every single ball, so.
Yeah, a bit dull this, isn't it?
Slight contrast today, yeah. It's just
what happens to fast forward cricket?
I know.
Oh, breaking news, James Anderson retains his place as England named an unchanged team for the 5th test. Will it be Anderson's last?
Bamber bowls, defended again by Hayne. Very watchful. Good ball in this by Bamber. He's not giving him anything here.
4 wickets in 3 tests for Anderson. I didn't realise it was as few as that, but I'm sure a good number of those drops of which there have been numerous. A few have come off Anderson. I mean, that's the thing. England dropped the Ashes effectively, didn't they? They shelled far too many chances.
There's been a few, hasn't there?
Simpson stands up.
A couple of slips.
Yeah.
A couple of stumping missed chances as well.
Well, indeed. I mean, that's it.
Been a bit untidy.
They had their opportunities. And the bizarre thing is, you'd still probably at this stage say that Australia are the best team, but England have got on top of them, that's for sure.
Bamber in this time. Defended by Hayne.
Not crucially in terms of the series score, 2-1 to Australia.
Yeah, they've obviously retained the Ashes. Just like the women's team, they retained.
Well, indeed, yeah, it's an Australian summer, isn't it?
They've still got a lot to play for, though, haven't they?
Great to have them alongside. Well, and both do, yeah, both the World Test Championship. In fact, David Kendrick's in the back of the box a little while ago, the man who drew up the World Test Championship, set it all in place by many of the statistics upon which we all rely.
Bamber in, final ball of the over. This time just worked into the leg side by Hayne, but finds that mid-wicket field. Is that Tom Helm there? That completes in the over. 83 for 1. Yeah, feels like not too much going on at the minute, which is, I suppose, a good thing for Warwickshire.
Yeah, and it's a good thing for cricket. 'Cause again, my lament that Richard and I had that we're down to 14 games a season in the Championship now from 16. Yeah, realistically, the season hinges on a few games here and there because you have an underprepared pitch, which the ground staff's defence, they haven't had the time to prepare this one as they'd liked, and it did a bit too much yesterday. I think batters would probably reflect that they could have done a little bit better themselves, but and the bowlers did exceptionally well. It was one of those days where the bowlers got their tails up and right, that's it, we're on it today. They were hunting wickets, weren't they?
Yeah.
All day long.
Very good toss to win yesterday.
That as well. That as well.
And they made the most of them. You've still got to put the ball in the right place and create those opportunities. And I thought they did that exceptionally well. They didn't really give the Warwickshire batters much to get hold of. I think Yates and Davis both got off the mark with a 4, but
his Helm around the wicket. He replaces Roland Jones. That's a wide one outside of the off stump and signalled so. 82 for 3. Trailed by 59. This is going to be an interesting spell for Helm. 1 for 8 from 4. He bowled well yesterday, didn't he? Came on and obviously the headlines were grabbed by Bamber with his 5 for Roland Jones with 3, and then Higgins a couple at the end. Helm wicketless in the first innings, but bowled nicely. You know, I mean, there was a couple of overs from him. I can't remember who it was in particular. It's one of the right-handers where pace and bounce past the edge, and he looked absolutely phenomenal. Here he comes, around the wicket, wide on the crease. He bowls, and in behind this, Mosley defends on the back foot. Fielded at mid-on by Roland Jones. Just trickles up to the fielder. So yeah, this is a spell where where Helm ought to put his stamp his authority on this spell, this day from his first spell. I'd imagine get it right from this first spell and keep it going.
Yeah, and I think it's just carrying on that pressure that the opening bowlers have they've set the tone, they've started the momentum, and it's now an opportunity for Helm just to keep that going and get himself a couple of wickets on to his tally as well.
Decent length from Helm outside the off stump from around the wickets, wide enough though that Mosley was able to leave it, not get involved at all. Plenty of chatter in the fields. Excitable and rightly so.
Yeah, it's a good day for cricket. Not a cloud really in the sky. Got a little white fluffy ones, but yeah, conditions looking really good at the moment.
Helm's in, bowls, and let alone. Look at the pace and bounce on that through to Simpson. He takes it up to his right rib, doesn't he? As he lets the gloves pass to one side of him to collect the ball. That'll infuse Helm. It's not quite the, as I said, steepling bounce of yesterday. For Roland Jones in particular. That was rolling back the years. See Roland Jones picking up that bounce and a good carry through to Simpson as well. It wasn't loopy bounce.
Yeah, and I think it was the ball that got Alex Davis just as a good example of that. It did get a little bit big on him, and he did find the edge and that extra bounce that obviously he's got as a tall bowler.
And that was the phrase for Roland Jones. At the peak of his powers, he just got big on batsmen, didn't he?
Yeah.
So here's Helm, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Mosley, defended to cover, and there's no run. That's where, at the moment now, accuracy is going to be key for Roland Jones. He always used to hit batters just those couple of inches higher up on the splice than they expected. You think you're playing him there, and then all of a sudden, bang, it's hitting higher up. And that doesn't quite seem to happen in the same way for Roland Jones now, with just a little bit of pace gone. So that's why yesterday it was a wonderful sight to see. It really was nothing like Roland Jones running in from the pavilion end at Lord's. Here's Helm around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's pushed back, no run. 82 for 3. He still is a magnificent bowler, but again, at the peak of his powers, he'd have been ever present for England, but for injuries.
Yeah, he certainly bowled pretty well yesterday. I think, obviously, the two different bowlers have Bamber and Roland Jones. I think they both found their rhythm very quickly. And I think, obviously, Bamber went a little bit fuller because of his height, and he got the ball doing a bit of a fuller length, and Roland Jones could afford to just hold his lengths a little bit.
Helm bowls full straight, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, how often across the history of sport do we say that a player, how good would they have been but for injury? There's no doubt about it, and it's a what-if question. With Roland Jones, for me, at Test level, there's no what-if about it. He would have been absolutely incredible for England for year after year. He was such a fine bowler. What he did to the South Africans that summer in 2017. Everybody knew he was capable of it. Stepped up, did it straight away, and yeah, big loss to England. That he'd have been a wonderful bowler. A big loss for him. Yeah, it's dreadful for a player, isn't it? Really, to have to be robbed like that by injury, which Helm has been throughout his career as well.
Helm's still. How old's Helm now? He's still pretty young, isn't he?
Yeah, he's only 29. He's coming to his peak as well.
Yep. Bamber into his 11th over. This time just left alone. A little bit more width on offer, but left alone by Hayne. Physically,
mentally, 29. You've got that experience then as well, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you see that in the women's game as well. Like, obviously, there's opportunities now from a younger age to become a professional cricketer, and some of the girls in our squads and around the country are coming straight out of university and going straight into a professional cricket career, and that's probably going to be their career for the next, 10, potentially 20 years. And I think there's opportunities now where, as Bamber bowls his time, flicked very nicely off the pads of Sam Hayne, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Great shot there. just strain a little bit with line there, Bamba. But I think like the support now you get, and with the medical side, the S&C, the nutrition, all that sort of stuff is, I think in 10 years' time, you'll really see the fruition of that and how much of an impact that will have on the women's game.
Well, I think that's a really interesting point, 'cause, all the games I watch of Sunrisers and Middlesex women of the last couple of years, and South East Stars as well, the quality of the young cricketers coming through now is quite incredible. The key difference is they're coming through with a whole load of support, which the older players didn't have, but they've also got the fearlessness of youth, which is fantastic. And you have that here as well. You'll have, in the men's game, similarly, you'll have young guys coming in, fearlessness of youth, and out there they go. But the difference being that you've got a whole load of experienced pros around them.
Yeah, absolutely. Bamba, end of his mark, charging in. This time on the pads again, but just defended by Hayne.
Whereas for so many of the experienced players in the women's game, they didn't have that network of support for so many years throughout their career, did they? So actually, it's just noticeable to me that a lot of the young players coming through in the women's game, there's just incredible talent exploding onto the scene, and that's because of the support networks that are in place for them coming through, which the previous generation didn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're obviously only into our 4th season now as being pros, and even like the older generation that are playing now, as that one's just defended by Hayne, are still improving.
Exactly, yeah.
And late 20s, early 30s, there's still.
As I always say, don't forget, Andrew Strauss never made his Test debut until he was 27. Cricket is a sport for it. Cricket, you just can't buy that experience that cricket is required in cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now, like, you'll see players going on and playing until their mid-30s, late 30s, where that's not really been the case in the past. I think there's obviously Catherine Sivabrunt, who's only just retired from the game and retired from international cricket, but apart from her, there isn't really anybody else in that bracket. So I think, obviously, the support structure now that's in place, you will see longer careers and probably less injuries as well. I think, obviously, from my point of view growing up, I'd never had any of this support system that we've got now. It was, you play county cricket, you play a bit of club cricket, and that's it. You don't have the access to physios, S&Cs, all that sort of stuff. So
but even the structure of the game itself, there's just such a support network now all the way through.
So the second slip's just come out into a short catching mid-wicket. Bamba bowls, this time defended by Hayne. And then even, obviously we're in a position now where the game's growing at a rapid rate. Like, we're up to 10 professional contracts in our squad, and you'll see that around the country. It might be a couple more in certain teams, but by the time we get up to a full 15 contracted playing squad, that we might then have the opportunity to play more games and play more red ball cricket, because at the moment we only play white ball cricket. So I think that's only going to then have a benefit of people aspiring to play for England, and the quality that England will have to pick from. As Bamba bowls this time, hits the pads, shouts for LBW, but I think that might just been going down leg. Not much interest. Yeah, Hayne just comes down the track to that one. I think it probably would have been going down the leg side, so no run, and that completes the over. 86 for 3.
Yeah, and that's got to come, hasn't it? Red ball cricket, it's got to come. First class cricket.
And I think if you speak to the players around the country, that's something that we really want to do.
Desperately.
Like, we're desperate to play red ball cricket. The only red ball cricket we get is like if a touring team comes over and you get selected for the England A or England teams. Yeah. So the majority of the players, especially the young girls growing up now that didn't probably play red ball cricket back in the day, club cricket, they'll probably never experience playing red ball cricket because it's just not there on offer.
Here's Helm, he's around the wicket. Bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. 86 for 3. And this is what we're talking about for the men's game as well, isn't it? It's opportunity. Well, the men's game has shrunk from 16 to 14 games a season. That's 8 days cricket gone. The list A has shrunk dramatically from when I began. That's another load of it. And what happens with that is opportunities for others disappear. Now for the women's game, desperately trying to claw it the other way. Like, come on, more opportunities, more.
I think
the balance isn't right
I heard
either.
You saying some of these guys will only play 8 days of cricket in August, which
Helms around the wicket, he bowls, and this is defended into the onside, 86 for 3. Yeah, it's madness. I mean, honestly, it was so depressing the last couple of summers in August. Just seeing some unbelievably talented and experienced cricketers just sat there doing nothing for 5 weeks or so.
Yeah. It's just a week's worth of cricket in the whole month.
Yeah.
You just think.
And then you have a washout.
Yeah.
You have a bad pitch. It's again like this. Everyone loves a low-scoring thriller because it's fun. But if there are fewer games, as Helm comes in, bowls, and this ball's eased away on the back foot by. He didn't go too hard at it, toe into the bat, but he did well not to offend it too much. But yeah, everybody loves a game like this, but I have to say there is an overriding feeling of really, this is 14 games of the season. This is one you scratch off and say, well, it's a bit farcical really in the end. So, there's one of 14 down to 13 for the season. So you could go through a whole load of other rain-affected games. And not only, bad pitches aren't necessarily ones where the results come quickly. Bad pitches are also flat ones where, it's dead as a featherbed. It happens. It's part of the sport, particularly in this country.
What's your resolution for this then? What would you?
Fewer blast games for the men. For the men's sport. For the women's sport, it's quite simple. It's just more matches, isn't it? More.
Yeah.
There can't be enough at the moment. Create more opportunities. Because what you don't want to do is not have enough opportunities and lose players to lack of opportunity. This is Helm, he bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, 87 for 3, which, funnily enough, I feel is the way we're going with the men's game. You're going to lose players for lack of opportunity. There'll be players who just can't afford to say, well, we can gamble on a career like this. They're going to have to go away and get a proper job, aren't they? If there aren't the opportunities. And I think that came out when, has Richard got to do his update at 12? Yes, he's just looked at his watch from commentary box 2 along. We've got the news bulletin in our ear. So yeah, more opportunities. I just think there are players at the moment at Middlesex in this squad. Joe Cracknell just starved of opportunity. Helms in, he bowls, and this has worked. Back of a square on the leg side, and a single's taken, 88 for 3. So reducing the blast and increasing the championship is the first thing to do, and then more, home and away in August as well. We're going to do a double change, which means Richard will take the chair to our right, so I'll finish this over. Eve, thanks for now. We'll go and finish this at the back of the box. I think everybody knows what we'll say. More cricket.
More cricket.
More cricket, not
in
less.
Every aspect.
88 for 3. Long leg, mid-wicket and mid-off, mid-off cover, backward point and 3 slips as Helm. He's in now, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. Through it goes, 88 for 3. Welcome back, Richard.
You all right?
I am. Are you all right?
Yeah,
you were
that's
deep
good.
in it. What were you were putting the world to rights with Brian next door, weren't you?
Yeah, it's always good to
Did you
chat
win?
all sorts and cricket and work and.
You even chatted cricket.
There was some cricket. No, there was quite a bit of cricket. We were watching a game of cricket. But yeah. Brian does some bits and bobs. He's done some games with us this year, which is good.
1 wicket in the first hour? Is this the longest we've gone? With only 1 wicket falling?
I think that you'd have had something around the Higgins-DeCaris partnership, wouldn't there?
I'll have to go and have a look now to see the number of overs between the wickets either side of that 1 wicket falling.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Start with a new over. I've got a report in the middle of it. So Kevin's going to make way for Phil Britt for the first time today. He looks eager. He looks eager. There'll be tales of how Evesham United got on last night, I would imagine. But 88 for 3, Warwickshire. They trail by 51. We'll get report in the next minute or so. As Bamber comes in to bowl to Hayne, who is looking to drive this through square. There is a fielder who is quite square. He'll come across to keep it down to 1. That is to Garis. And Hayne goes to 26. He's looked pretty well organised so far this morning, but there's just been the odd delivery that's caused 1 or 2 problems. Phil, I'll bring you in just after we get this report done when it ticks over at 3 minutes past. Warwick should try to get themselves some way back into this game. Bamber has bowled throughout the first hour, been the pick of the bowlers in the match, 7 wickets in it. Must be close to the end of his spell with what he's got through this morning. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are showing some better resolve in their second innings of this championship match against Middlesex. They're 89 for 3 in their second innings. That's a deficit of 50. The only man they've lost in the first hour, Rob Yates, who was caught behind off Bamber for 30. Sam Hain has played 2 beautiful drives through the leg side. He's on 26. Dan Mosley with him is on 11. They're going to need a good score to get back into this game, but on 89 for 3, they trail Middlesex by 50. Very good day to you, Phil.
Good afternoon, Richard. Good afternoon, everybody. A little bit better for Warwickshire this morning.
Well, quite a bit better than just the 1 wicket to 4, which is something. Bumper, very short bumper here by Bamber. That would have been a little bit close to being called a wide, actually. He's in his natural position. I don't think Dan Mosley's getting anything on that. But it goes through safely to the wicket keeper. It's an easier surface to
Yep.
bat on today.
It's a different colour this morning as well. Doesn't look anywhere near as green as it did yesterday.
There are traces of where it was a bit green, but
Yeah,
no longer quite the same. So can the Bears make a good enough score to put some pressure in this game? That's well outside off stump from Bamber, who might be a touch close now to the end of his spell. This is his 8th over of the morning, isn't it?
yeah. He's bowled and changed this morning from this end, from the pavilion end. Had a good game.
Well, he's impressive, isn't he?
5 for 20 in the first innings and 2 for 33 so far. I think these, if they were to finish now, would be his career best figures, match figures.
Comes in once more and turned into the leg side by Mosley for a single. There's a fielder on the deep square leg boundary. It's a slightly in-out field at times from Middlesex this morning. Certainly you're not going to see the 4 slips around quite as much. But 90 for 3. Oh, there's still 1 ball left in this over. I note that Worcester are playing today at Gloucester, at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. That's the game that starts a day late. And they lost 3 wickets in the first 6 overs there. Libby, Azhar Ali and Kashi all out for Ducks. 65 for 3 they are now. Roderick 44, having signed a new contract. Adam Hose on 11. Always got a vested interest in seeing Adam Hose go well, as we mentioned earlier in the commentary today. As final ball of the over, the wicketkeeper standing up, guided down to short third man or backward point. He's kind of halfway between the two, and there's no run. 90 for 3. Still 49 runs the lead for Middlesex. Warwickshire will know they really need to get about 200 ahead here, and to do that, somebody's have to make a lot of runs.
Yeah, it's difficult to say how many they need to get ahead because we have seen these wickets. We haven't had a day where we lost 22 in the day, but we've had days in the past where a number of wickets have fallen on the first day and you think, oh, this is a 2-day game. And then it flattens out, it becomes easier and easier to bat on, and games which you think are going to be over in 2 days become 4-day games. And this, just looking at this morning, it's significantly easier for the batsman.
If they can get another 8 or 9 overs through this new ball, get to the 40 over mark, then it might be increasingly hard. It's interesting now, they're just, Toby Roland Jones is just in the field for Helm to have 2 slips and a gully now.
So Helm from the Birmingham end is in and bowls, and Mosley comes forward to that, runs it away into the offside, and there's no run.
It's not so much of the edginess about the batsman at the crease. There's not so much gardening going on in between deliveries. Of course, the important question of the morning is, how was Evesham United last night?
Very good. It was a good game.
Who did they play?
Worcester City.
Oh, very good. Proper.
Yeah.
Worcester, did they borrow Evesham's ground for a while?
A
few years ago?
No, that was
versa?
Gloucester. Gloucester borrowed the ground.
Gloucester borrowed Evesham, that's it, yeah.
So Helm came in. This one is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, it was quite a good crowd there as well, and which you'd expect, really, for Worcester against Evesham. And 3-0.
To Evesham?
To Evesham, yeah.
So you got, what, a few hundred in?
Yeah, I would have thought there were 300 or 400 in last night for a pre-season friendly, and it was played in a very competitive way, as a lot of the pre-season friendlies have been this year in the non-league.
You were saying you'd seen send-ins off and stuff.
Yeah. This one is driven away through the gap between cover point and extra cover. They'll get to Moseley this time as the ball is fetched up just inside the boundary. They get back comfortably. 92 for 3. Moseley moves on to 14. Yeah, it's been strange. Normally, you go to these games and you see, a tackle, and the referee will just have a word with them and give them a ticking off, but you don't see them booked. But I don't know whether there's been an instruction this year which has changed it. But quite a lot of yellow cards and odd couple of red cards. So, which really you don't want to get that in a match which actually means nothing. Helm bowls and Moseley forward and covers this one up, runs it away into the offside.
Because when you got local derbies in pre-season friendlies, in the non-league, so many of the players have played for the nearest 6 clubs.
Yeah.
And have gone round, so they can have a bit of edge. I remember years ago when we were covering a Bears game down at Sussex, seeing a rather tidy pre-season friendly between Hassocks and Burgess Hill Town.
That's right.
We were stood next to the Burgess Hill Town chairman and his daughter.
Yep.
Leaning against the railing.
Yes.
It was a really good night, that was.
Yes. We went to another year. We went to Cheddar. This one, Helm in bowls, and again, mostly just playing it away into the offside. And there's no run.
The Theatre of Cheese, Cheddar.
Yes, that was a nice ground.
We did have a cheese cob, and do you remember the way we went the following night? That was during a trip at Somerset. Because I still follow these clubs on Twitter because I think it's great to follow them.
Can't remember the next one.
The following night we went to a really leafy ground in between lots of houses with the most beautiful
we had to
pitch.
We had to park down the road,
lane,
didn't we? Yeah, I do.
Willand Rovers, it was.
Willand Rovers, yes. And I was going to go there on the way home from Dorset last year, but I was talked out of it by my other half. Helm bowls and Moseley flashes at this one, nearly gets a nick through to Simpson. And Helm just finding a little bit of extra in there. And Moseley survived that, but that's just to tell him there is still a little bit there if you get it in the right spot.
There's more pace, more carry about that delivery.
92 for 3. So
Ryan Higgins coming into the attack.
Been a long spell from Bamber. He's bowled it really well. He's got figures 2 for 34 at the moment, but he's out at the attack.
So 7 for 54 in the match. Elsewhere to say, the Test match, Pakistan 477 for 5, lead Sri Lanka by 311. Shafiq made 201. Aga is 82 not out, 3 wickets for Asitha Fernando. In Division 1, Essex all out against Hampshire, so they're 20 wickets into that match. Hampshire 120, Essex 169. I'd call that a 0-0 draw on first innings, reasonably so. Turner, who's earned his way into the Hampshire side in the absence of Keith Barker, 3 for 23. John Turner having a really impressive run, did well in the T20s. Abbott 3 for 37, up to his usual tricks. Higgins bowls for the first time today, and he's defended out into the offside by Hayne, and there's no run. Northants 339 for 7 against Lancashire, decent score on the board there. Bonus point time has ended. Gay made 144 yesterday and Proctor 75. Balderson with 3 for 44. He's in a bit of nick at the moment.
Yes,
as well.
he is. Yeah.
Bat and ball often come together when you're an all-rounder.
Batted well last week.
Notts 324 for 7 against Kent. Still time for bonus points there. They're only in the 98th over. Moores was out for 94. Slater made 100. 3 wickets for Quinn. Higgins outside off stump, left alone by Hayne, with Simpson standing up to the stumps and taking it tidily.
Must be a few players at Nottingham just wondering whether they're going to be one of those who's going to have to step down for the influx of Worcestershire players.
Well, you've got the two seamers, haven't you? Pennington and Tongue. We don't know how available Tongue's going to be.
And Haynes, of course, is going there.
Has that been confirmed?
Well, I thought so. Do you not think it has been?
I don't know whether it has or not. I bear in mind I have been away. Higgins comes in to bowl, and that's left alone outside off stump again. At Taunton, match has been delayed by the weather, with Surrey 218 for 4, leading by 48. The timing not entirely ideal for Tom Latham, who's 99 not out. Will Jacks has 57. They've added 123 for the 5th wicket so far. In Division 2, Glamorgan still piling on the runs against Derbyshire, 508 for 8. Ingram made 136 and Al Hassan 69 yesterday. 50s for Carlson, Root and Cook. Higgins straighter delivery on off stump, driven gently up towards mid-on by Hayne. And there's no run. And Scarborough, where they lost a bit of play yesterday, Yorkshire 193 for 3 against Durham. Adam Lythe has got through to a century, 102 not out. All 3 wickets to fall have been LBW, which might tell it's a little bit of a story. Worcestershire 79 for 3 now against Gloucestershire, with Roderick 49 not out. So Higgins approaches once more, left alone outside off stump. I know Jack Haynes isn't playing in that game, incidentally.
None of the 3 who are leaving are playing. Well, obviously...
because Pennington played last week, didn't they?
Yeah, but not playing in this game.
I think in terms of seam bowlers, there probably are vacancies there, in that you're looking at the situation now at the time of the career of the likes of Luke Fletcher and Jake Ball, who've not been able to stay on the pitch consistently. Higgins again, medium pace outside off stump. It's a good leave by Hayne. He's 26, Moseley 14, Warwickshire 92 for 3. The Middlesex lead is at 47. And yeah, it was the Jack Haynes thing's been confirmed in the last 24, 36 hours. I just hadn't necessarily seen it, but 3-year deal. I knew he was going. I'm fairly aware of somebody else who might be on their way as well from Worcester, but Ashley Giles will be rebuilding that squad a little bit.
He's got, he's going to have be looking to bring some players in, perhaps.
They signed Adam Hose last winter.
So Tom Helm to continue from the Birmingham end in this very pleasant morning. It's sunshine as the sun comes brightly, and Moseley watches this one carefully through to the keeper. That was no shot. 92 for 3. Moseley's on 14. Yes, you used to get the odd 1 or 2 players who moved around the counties, but more and more now the people move and they have this loan system. Warwickshire had a couple of players this year who've gone out on loan. One playing in this game. Henry Brooks went at Derby. Craig Miles was up at Durham. There's Tom Helm in. This one's edged away through the vacant fourth slip area down to the 3rd man boundary off the outside edge. Perfectly safe and raced away. There's nobody down there, so he moves on to 18, Moseley, and the total goes to 96 for 3.
Yeah, it was actually only just kind of inside gully. It wouldn't have carried to somebody standing inside gully. And at 34, this is the biggest partnership that Warwickshire have mustered in this match, and it's come for the 14th wicket that they've had out there. But it does also demonstrate that things are a little bit more straightforward.
Helm again in bowls, and Moseley beaten by that one. Good ball, which just moved away and taken by Simpson down to his left, down below, going across in front of slip. So again, good response from Helm, having had that boundary nicked off the previous ball.
Been relatively slow progress this morning. It's probably just under 2.5. I say probably, it is just under 2.5 runs and over.
Well, I think losing Yates early on as well didn't help that this morning, did it? He was caught off Bamber this morning, but he looked to be in reasonable shape as well, but just got a nick through to the keeper. This one is going to be Paul Moore down to 3rd man. And again, in a similar place, this time though, going back and getting an edge and running it away. So a couple of boundaries brings up the Warwickshire 100 in the 33rd over. So they trail by 39 runs.
If these two are still at the crease when the Middlesex lead is wiped out, I think it starts to become very interesting from that point on. I mean, increasingly interesting. It's been an exceptional game of cricket so far, a remarkable game of cricket. We'll remember yesterday for a long time, but it will change the complexion a bit if these two draw it level.
Bowls, and mostly thinking about playing that, snatches the bat out of the way at the last minute and allows it to go through low down to Simpson behind the stumps. And then he walks off towards square leg. In fact, it takes quite a long journey out towards square leg and afterwards. A few more of the players today have got rid of their. Well, not that many. I was just looking around. I thought there were a few more who'd got rid of their sweaters, but not. This one is turned by Moseley through mid-wicket, the vacant mid-wicket area. Comes on off the boundary.
Yeah, I think it's one more. I think one more player has taken their sweater
Yeah,
off.
Case has got his off. Yeah.
No,
He had his off yesterday, actually.
No, actually, the Keris, was varied a bit yesterday, but Simpson has taken his off.
Yeah,
but that doesn't help us
it.
enormously because he's the wicket keeper anyway.
I
But-
did think, actually, I was just actually, having said they've shed their sweaters, I did think, no, there aren't that many. And one of them is the wicket keeper,
Yeah.
who we know who he is.
The guy who was hard as nails and didn't need one yesterday was Ryan Higgins.
Yeah.
His number 29 was visible throughout yesterday.
Well, I knew Decatur he'd got his off at once. So it might have been when he was batting, because I'd got him on the scorecard at 99, which is what's in the Cricketers Who's Who as his squad number, and he's wearing 25. So that was an error in one of the books.
It is also noticeable that Josh DeCaris has been doing a little bit of warming up.
Yes, I saw him.
And the helm's towards the end of his spell. I don't think Roland Jones is necessarily going to have a huge workload. He looks to me like he's not 100%. Didn't quite look right yesterday, even when he was bowling quite well. So Higgins starts a new over around the wicket to Moseley onto his pads. There probably was a quick single there, but no risk as the fielder came round quickly at square leg. Higgins' pace is seemingly at times innocuous, but again, he's another bowler who puts it in the really dangerous areas. I thought he bowled very well to wipe up the tail, got the wickets of Henry Brooks and Mir Hamza yesterday.
Yeah. He's a useful cricketer, isn't he?
Oh, he's a very, very good cricketer. Played himself into some form with a bit of swiping yesterday and made a good half-century. As this is turned off the pad of Moseley, I think, down towards long leg for a leg bye. Signalled now by umpire Hassan Adnan. 102 for 3, the deficit 37. It's just one of these cricketers that can do a bit of everything. And yesterday launched the counter-attack, and by the time he got to half-century, he was looking in better nick than he was when he started. That 53 is worth probably 85, 90 on pretty much any other surface. So full credit to him, because I think that partnership between him and DeCaris in particular looked like it might take the game away from Warwickshire altogether, as Hayne is beaten outside off stump. Lovely glove work from Simpson, who's excellent at that.
It had that standing up to Higgins and got that ball into his gloves and the bails off in a flash.
The last 10 years, the quality of wicketkeeper batsmen in this country, we're great. We've had two world-class pace bowlers and some good backups. We've had some really great English batsmen, but the strength in depth, and I know Simpson's played a couple of 3 one-day internationals when they had a bit of a split squad, but he's such a good keeper. And he awaits now as Higgins bowls to Hayne, who defends. There's a short mid-wicket, Helm, who comes in. Extra cover's pretty short as well. They're just trying to cramp Hayne a little bit, just the 2 slips in. So they're looking for different ways to find wickets now, Middlesex.
They're still tended to follow the policy of a batsman who can keep rather than a keeper who can bat, haven't they, in general terms, at international level.
Higgins in once more and defended by Hayne. Yeah, look, I think many of us love the fact that Ben Folkes can do both in Test cricket, and I think, any cricketing purist sitting here would say, well, probably should have played the entire Ashes series, but you could also see the allure of Bairstow, who can change a game with an innings. And I know that he got a little bit defensive when he was interviewed about his wicket keeping this week, and I can understand him, because it must not nice being criticised. Higgins bowls very full, is driven by Hayne, but he can't beat the short extra cover. End of the over, 102 for 3. But that said, if you haven't kept wicket for a couple of years and you are recovering from what was a horrific injury, actually, then yeah, we have to understand that you're not going to keep wicket quite as sharply. But also, that had to be part of the decision-making process as well. Should he have been keeping wicket? Not sure.
I don't think the two. It was really what is best for the team rather than what's best for the individual. Yes, you can make all the excuses, but was he the right choice? There's the people arguing both ways.
I think it's fair to assume that when they go to India, Folkes is going to keep wicket because it's going to be slow turning decks. I would think, anyway.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case.
Helm continues at the Birmingham end. He's in, and Mosley turns this one away off his hip down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. It just drifted onto his onto the body, and he was inside it quickly. So he goes on to quickly moved up to 27, and Warwickshire move on to 106 for 3. They are just now 33 runs behind.
These two playing their last innings for Warwickshire until September here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well,
Yeah,
but I think it's quite a good opportunity here for Dan Mosley if he can get himself in.
Helm in, bowls, Mosley covers the off stump, and ball goes through to Simpson. There's no run.
He's had an excellent year, Mosley, and the one obvious thing that is missing is his first Championship 100. And if he could get that either now or in September, then I think that would make it the perfect year. His T20 campaign was nothing short of brilliant. 20 odd wickets was a massive bonus. Really has learnt how to bowl in that format. I think he led the country in outfield catches as well, and made good runs in key moments.
No, he played in all departments. This one he drives, not entirely convincingly, a little bit of a sort of leading edge. Ball squirts away up to mid-off, and they don't get a run for that one. He was looking to pump it away through the gap between extra cover and mid-off, but it was not quite getting the timing right. So 106 for 3. I don't know whether Kevin mentioned yesterday, but had it confirmed this morning. I'll do tell you after this next one from Helm, who's in and bowls, and this is left. A late change of mind there by Mosley as the ball goes through to the keeper. Yesterday's bowling analysis for Warwickshire in the Middlesex innings, where all 4 bowlers used all ended up having had 49 runs hit off their bowling, is a unique occurrence in first-class cricket. In the history of first-class cricket.
I was talking to our colleague Brian Halford about that. He said, it would have been even more unique if they'd all taken 3 for 49.
It would have been unique.
That would be very unique.
It's Helm and Mosley is no more. So another couple of runs to go on to the total. 108 for 3 it'll go on to. Just overstepping, and Rob Bailey just having a look at the return crease.
I see 31 the deficit. If these two could pull it close to level by lunch and still be 3 wickets down, it just will change the complexion in the dining room.
So that lead just gradually being whittled down. 31 at the moment. It's Helm again, comes charging in. Bowls, and Mosley again has absolutely nothing to do with this one, just leaves it and watches it through. Don't think their line's quite as tight today as it was yesterday. Yesterday they bowled a really accurate at the stumps, and with the hit the stumps a number of times yesterday. The Rhodes was bowled, Mosley, Bethel, Barnard, Burgess all bowled, and really couldn't fault the Middlesex attack yesterday morning. They used the conditions brilliantly. As Helm comes in, bowls, and Mosley again. This one is wide and getting wider outside the off stump. He's not tempted. He just covers up. And, has end of the over, he has a wander down the wicket to have a chat to Sam Hain. And at the end of that over, with the 36th over, it's 108 for 3.
It was really a lesson in how to use the conditions yesterday. And the thing that stood out was that it wasn't lateral movement through the air, it was off the seam, and it was coming from a very full length. And that's what made Bamber so hard to deal with, because he was putting it up there in the slot, and he was getting it to jag late. And the one that really demonstrated that was Yates. It was quite a full ball, and it still did enough to take the edge with a straight bat. As Higgins starts a new over, he's cut straight down towards point, so no run for Sam Hain, who's become somewhat stuck on 26. Which is not that unusual with the Sam Hain innings. That right now he's not worried about the rate he's scoring at. There is a lot of time in this game. The one thing that there is no pressure of is time. So much happened so quickly.
I'll just interrupt you on this one. You were mentioning that Tom Latham had gone off on 99.
Oh no,
He
it
came
hasn't,
back
has it?
on, and Bashir has got him for 99.
You could see it coming, couldn't you?
Yeah. So,
Oh dear, poor lad. As this is left alone outside off stump by Hayne. There is a little bit of movement off the seam there, and a bit through the air after it bounced.
he was probably left out there by himself when they came off for rain, just pleading, somebody just bowl me a ball.
Leaning on his back, watching the covers come on.
Please bowl me with one ball.
No, mate, not here. Surrey are well placed in that match against Somerset.
Yeah.
Somerset-
Difficult to see
Somerset,
any,
yeah.
but even though Essex are going well, but
Next ball tucked towards mid-wicket by Hayne, leaning a little bit, almost fell over into that shot, but clips it short down. Somerset unusually shorter runs at home this year. You don't see seasons like that very often. I know that the wicket is a bit more competitive than it sometimes was. It used to be a road for a long time, then it became a Bunsen when they had Bess and Leach. Bess has been back down there on loan in his second loan. I don't know whether he's playing
he's
this
going
week.
back, isn't he? Going back.
Is he going
there?
back? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
Yeah,
I
going
know,
back there, I think.
I know it hasn't worked out for him.
He's
at
done
Yorkshire.
a few trawled round the country, hasn't he?
Full delivery, forward in defence is Hayne. There's an appeal suggesting that it might have been pad before bat. It won't matter either way because it was outside the line of off stump. And umpire Hassan Adnan doesn't allow the appeal, and he would be right.
The big bright spot they've had this year has been James Rue, the wicket-keeper batsman.
Oh.
Absolutely. We saw him here last year, and he looked very promising last year.
There's a handful of players around the county circuit that have me very excited for England's future, I have to say, as this is defended back down the wicket and no run. One ball left in the over. I'm going to be handing back to Eve in a moment. So here, obviously, we see a lot of Dan Mosley, who for me is a cast-iron England player of the future. Jacob Bethel, his mentally is really good for a teenager, but Rue already making runs.
Yeah.
And I loved him last year. He's doing really well this year. I think Tom Laws at Surrey is going to be a star.
Yeah,
Absolute star.
I like Atkinson as well, who's down there.
Yeah. They produce a lot of players, Surrey, to be fair to them. Higgins in, full of length, left alone. It actually carries through shoulder height to Simpson. End of the over. Warwickshire 108 for 3, just the one wicket down this morning. Hayne has 26, Mosley has 27. Few words from Phil, and in the first half of a double change will bring Eve Jones back into the box.
Thank you, Richard. It's Warwickshire trailing by 31. And the batsman having a chat with bright sunshine here. It's a lovely morning in Birmingham. There is a forecast that we may get a bit of rain coming in as the morning continues, as the day continues, around about 4 or 5 o'clock. But we will see. At the moment, there's absolutely no sign. It's a wispy cloud and fine. Kevin is going to come in to replace me, so you take over, Eve, and I'll do the change as Tom Helm comes into bowl.
Helm into bowl to Mosley. Bouncer this time, just ducks underneath that, lets that go through. 108 for 3. Mosley's ticking along nicely here. It's actually outscoring Hayne at the moment. Naturally quite an aggressive player.
Manuel would have done less damage to Basil Falsey than I just did to Phil getting out of that chair. I tried to help him up. I tried to help the chair. I pulled the chair from behind him once he stood up to give him room to get out.
Helm bowls. This time outside the off stump, left alone by Mosley again.
He nearly went head over heels back the other way. And then he walked around the back of the stairs, at which point I still had it pulled backwards, and I managed to scrape his leg with the heel of the chair. Poor old Phil.
Oh, so now he's limping round.
I know. We haven't seen each other for all these years, and he's limping away. At least I laughed at his jokes yesterday. Unlike Richard, who complained about his stats as well.
Just a change of angle here, as Helm's now opted to come around the wicket for Mosley. As he bowls this time, I think that might have been off the thigh guard, as he just limped his way up to the other end, come through for a leg bye signalled.
I didn't think we were back on already. It was a quick turnaround, that wasn't
That
it?
was very quick. I got carried away talking in the back of the box there.
I know, you were doing your homework as well.
I was doing my homework, yeah. That can wait.
Did you finish it?
No. Don't be silly.
Tell the teacher the dog ate it.
Pardon?
Tell the teacher the dog ate it.
Yeah, something like that. Square leg out, long leg as a helm over the wicket. Left alone, well alone there by Hayne.
Oh, it was all go yesterday, wasn't it? It's much quieter. It was all muffin tops falling over and all sorts yesterday, wasn't there? Jed Scott is even here today. Is Jed upstairs today? Has anybody gone up and said hello? I haven't heard from him yet today. Part of the live tech service, the wonderful service, which is part of the county cricket coverage by the BBC.
Yeah, seems a much slower day today, doesn't it?
Yeah, which is a good thing. Again, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I'm not for a moment bemoaning that it's a slower day. It's just such a stark contrast, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously very entertaining yesterday with all the wickets as helm bowls. Left alone by Hayne.
Well, there are days when the cricket does the work for you as a commentator, and that was yesterday. You know, the really, you know, we were mischievous in between when we were allowed an opportunity, weren't we? But for the most part, you couldn't take your eyes off it. Whereas today is a day to a conversation between two old friends without a ball, but without missing a ball bowled. It's back to proper first-class cricket.
Yeah, having to keep filling the gaps there. Yesterday just felt like something was going to happen every single delivery, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, I feel almost as I almost sat down in the mode of yesterday, but actually there's a stark difference in commentary between yesterday and today, isn't there, for what you need to think about?
That's balling over. This time, again, left alone by Hayne. Good channel there by Helm. Completes the over 109 for 3. Just the leg by coming off that over.
I mean, because sometimes, as I say, as a commentator, the game just does the job for you, doesn't it? But,
sorry, just
you were waiting to see me to have another Basil faulty moment there, weren't you? It was a long reach. The lead for me to get to my my tablet device, which was just behind me, was about just an inch too short, wasn't it, on this headset?
I was just waiting to see everything.
You had no
just
confidence in
fall
me,
off
did you?
the desk
You had no confidence in me.
Pull all the plugs out.
Yeah.
Everyone off air.
I've done this job for too long. When you know what your limits are, quite confidently, like, yeah, I can do this. The headset will just bend enough.
I think that third slip is just coming out into a very short mid-wicket catching position there. Tom Helm.
Higgins around the wicket, he bowls and onto the hip. There's no run. There's a nice piece on the. I mentioned Jed Scott, who was upstairs yesterday. I'm sure he's probably up here today as well. Just been busy. There's a nice piece on the BBC Sport website on the cricket page about Ian Ponce, National Fast Bowling Academy coach, on the benefits of raw pace by Paul Grunhill. That'll be worth a read and a watch as well by the looks of it. Speed unravels the best batting techniques. Ian Ponce is a fine fast bowling coach, isn't he? This one's full and driven up to mid-on. Higgins to Mosley. No run.
Does he go around the world now?
He does.
Doing clinics on fast bowling. I've seen a bit on social media.
That'll be an interesting one. I'll put that aside for later this evening to have a watch and a read.
Maybe even tomorrow afternoon.
Well, indeed. Yeah. Well, there's still a chance this afternoon. They still trail by 30. I mean, that's the perilous situation, isn't it? I guess that's what the funny quiet before the storm here, isn't it? As Higgins in towards the hip now of Mosley from around the wicket, falls away into the offside towards point. They were excited behind the stumps, not really sure what about, unless they felt there was an inside edge on it onto the hip, and then would it loop towards point? But Mosley comes down the track to prod away at the surface. Oh no, it's a conversation actually. What are they going to talk about? They're not prodding away on a length there. 3 balls gone at the over.
That's one for the other end, isn't it? That length.
Well, indeed, yeah. A long way down to talk about whatever that was. 2 slips. Simpson standing up. Backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wickets. Square leg and long leg, and Higgins around the wicket. He bowls, and this is full and eased away into the offside. 109 for 3. Yeah, we're in. It's almost the fog of war out there at the moment, isn't it? Because two wickets now, and all of a sudden we're back to yesterday. They trail by 30. You put 2 wickets on that board, 5 down, trailing by 30. There's every chance this is going to be over quite quickly this afternoon. But equally, good afternoon. I mean, this is a good morning session for Warwickshire.
It is.
They've started from a very, very bad position, but this is a very good morning session. Higgins bowls, and this ball's pushed back And there's no run. They couldn't, despite being unbelievably greedy, they couldn't really have dreamt of a better session up to now. You know, 1 wicket to fall this morning.
Yeah.
Mosley 27, Hayne 26.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? That yesterday really lacked partnerships. I think there was only one partnership throughout the day, and that was Higgins and Decay.
Yeah, and even they started at a rate of knots, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know, they played themselves in by, I'm not going to say slogging, but they were aggressive. Higgins around the wicket, he bowls, and a solid defence into the offside, and there's no run. 109 for 3. Or, you know, certainly Higgins was aggressive. Decay was just positive. I mean, there's some glorious drives in there. But yeah, today, I mean, this is really good cricket. And actually, you know, you take this partnership on, 30 more runs, scores level, 7 wickets standing. You're not far off, you know, a 1 innings match. Then it's right. What our last 7 versus your last 10, but you've got to bat last on this. As Richard pointed out, though, this pitch is likely to get better to bat on as the game goes on. So Middlesex will remain strong favourites until, you know, they've got a formidable target in front of them and a bad start. But time-wise, there's going to be a result in this game for sure. So that's why at the moment it's a funny feeling. You've almost got to wake yourself up a little bit to this moment, because Middlesex likewise. I would have gone. It's the 40th over. I'm going to see Josh DeCary's coming on, but yeah, Middlesex likewise will just have to start thinking about, okay, well, this partnership, if they do stay, what we mustn't let them do is score runs, and lots of runs quickly.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the key thing now for these two batting. They've got to just keep batting and obviously get level, and then go on and go past that and try and put a score on the board that they think they can then defend. I don't think this is all over for Warwickshire yet. I think if they can, like, they've obviously got 2 good batters in now. You know how good Hayne's been this year. I think if he can go on and get a big one, and obviously Mosley's just been short of scoring his maiden ton in this format. I think if these 2 can go on now and both get themselves a good score and get a good lead on the board, then I don't see why there actually could not be a result for Warwickshire.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, the pressure that will be on Middlesex if Warwickshire gets some sort of lead here, you know, 120 runs or so, the pressure on Middlesex going out, because they desperately need a win, or relegation could loom this year. Can they stay up without a win? Possibly, yeah, but it's going to be, you know, you're going to have to get some good points in those draws to overtake Kent.
As Decay's in to bowl, this time just punched off the back foot down the ground, down to that long on fielder for 1 run.
So any sort of reasonable lead here, 120 or so, and yeah, it's 150 more runs with their last 7 wickets. It's not beyond any realms of possibility. So yeah, it's I wouldn't say there's any pressure shifting to Middlesex at the moment, but what they won't want to do is lose the serious advantage they've had throughout this match to this point. I mean, they've been massively ahead, heavy favourites, but a partnership here could just all of a sudden crank it up the pressure on Middlesex quite quickly.
As Decay is round the wicket to left-handed Mosley, just nudged that one to mid-on. Fields in though, so can't pick up that single. We've got a couple of sweepers out on the leg side boundary, and then another one on the cover boundary as well. As Decay is in again, defended by Mosley. Yeah, and I think obviously the pitch conditions now have both got themselves in. They've got to really go on and capitalise on the position that they're now clawing themselves back into, as this one's just knocked into the leg side, and they will pick up a single. Mosley now on to 28. So yeah, you feel like obviously Middlesex still on top, but I think Warwickshire no way out of this game.
You'd definitely prefer to be Middlesex still at this point, but it's getting close to the point where you'd say only just.
As it balls to Hayne, short leg doing the fielding, 1 bounce.
And this is what it's all about, isn't it? First class cricket, 2 innings matches. You get that toing and froing throughout the game, and that's why you lament that we're 22 wickets through the match by the time today has begun.
Last ball in the over, driven down the ground by Hayne, keeping that scoreboard ticking. 3 runs from the over, 12 for 3.
50 partnership, is it? Yes, it is. 50 runs for 118 balls, 5 extras, 84 minutes. It must be the longest partnership because the De Carey's and longest in terms of overs. De Carey's and Higgins went through theirs pretty quickly. I did say I was going to look that stat up, but then we started nattering at the back of the box, didn't we? And
We both haven't finished our homework then.
Indeed, indeed. So Higgins came together with De Carey's yesterday with a score on 77 for 6 in the 28th over, and they went through to the 46th over. So it was the first ball of the 46th over when Higgins fell, and that partnership took it from 77 for 6 to 148 for 7. So they added 71 runs, and it took them 17.2 overs. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside, and there's no run. What did you say? This one's 18 overs now, isn't it? So
Yeah.
is it 18? Must be. Let's have a look. They came together in the 20th over. Yeah, so it is 19 overs. So it's only just more in terms of overs. But at the rate that Higgins and De Carey's went at times, you'd have felt. Mind you, their partnership, that's the 70 partnership, not the 50
51,
partnership.
yeah.
Higgins bowls onto the pads, falls away into the onside for a leg by. Bamber scampers around from just in front of the square leg umpire to just backward off to collect. Single taken.
Yeah, I think they both came out with great intent yesterday, didn't they? Higgins probably a little bit more aggressive, probably rode his luck a little bit. Had a couple of thick edges go over the slips. Nearly got caught on the boundary, but he made his luck, didn't he? And he got himself runs on the board. And I think when De Carey's did come out, he just played each ball on its merit and played some glorious shots around the ground.
We're talking about the fearlessness of youth. He's a fearless cricketer. De Carey's, it would appear. Bat ball in the field. Fun to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, Mosley just taking his guard again. Rearranging his gloves, just taking a minute.
Phil's rustling some papers next to us. I think he's brought us some muffins today. Higgins bowls. This is bumped back into the bowler. No run. Higgins turns. Cheers, Phil. He's off to open up the museum. Anybody that's at Edgbaston today tuned in around the ground. There was an inquiry, actually, a polite inquiry overnight as to whether there are headsets in the ground to listen to the commentary. But I don't think there are. No. So you have to plug in and use your data usage on your phone. A couple of balls behind. That's right. You tuned in for the chatter anyway, not the cricket. So.
Not the music chat yesterday.
Higgins bowls, and this ball's bumped back once more to the bowler. A couple of bumps back to him. What this will do is perhaps give me another evening to ask Sam Robson. What were you listening to yesterday, Sam? Hopefully you'll have scored some runs by then. Anyway. Oh, he's always in a good mood. A very approachable chap, Sam Robson. He's always ready for a chat. Great talking cricket he is.
Yeah, he got a good view up here yesterday, didn't he? Once he was out, he got a great view of the whole ground up here over the city. You can see pretty much everything up here.
Higgins goes past the edge, angled across the left-handed Mosley. Big stride. Looking for a strong forward defence on that one. Everything was in position, wasn't it? But the ball continues across him. I don't know if you saw a bit of seam movement there as the replay come up yet. Or actually, it's worth having a look to see. Scrub back on the stream. He goes. Higgins again. He bowls. Oh, and a flashing attempt at a cover drive from Mosley through to the keeper. It passes. Really looked to give that everything, didn't he?
Yeah, he threw the kitchen sink at that. Probably just wasn't quite as full as he first thought. But looking for that short boundary to our right. End of the over.
So
we're on 113 for 3 now.
See if I can find the replay of that one.
De Carey's into his third over. On for 3 with the one maiden so far. Short leg in position and a slip in play as well. That one's just defended by Hayne.
There we go. Let's see if there's anything Any movement on that one for Higgins? No, just the angle, wasn't it, across him?
Yeah.
I mean, that prodigious seam movement that we saw yesterday, it certainly hasn't been as prevalent today.
Yeah, it's definitely calmed down, hasn't it, as Tekeres is into ball. This time a little bit more on the legs. They think about the single, but mid-wicket's tearing around there across those used wickets. Does the fielding. Bit of chatter out there now. Got a deep square, long on, deep cover. As Tekeres balls. This time left alone by Hayne. Just practice that little back foot punch once the ball's gone. Happy to let that one go. Get through his over here as this one's just knocked into the leg side, bouncing well in front of that short leg fielder. Very watchful of the ball here, Payne, trying to play the ball as late as he can, right under his eyes. Good ball in this by Tekeres as he's in again. This time a bit full of driven to mid-off. Finds the fielder though. One ball to come. He just getting himself set. This one's bowled. Worked into leg side, good bit of fielding there by short leg. Saves the one. Completes another tidy over there by Tekeres. Another maiden for him. 13 for 3 still.
Just seen a couple of wickets have gone in a game that, excuse me, Warwickshire will have their eye on. Hampshire 12 for 2 in their second innings. They still trail by 37 runs. Holland's gone for 4, Middleton for 8. Gubbins is there with Vince. Big partnership for Hampshire if they're to keep alive their hopes at the top. I think realistically, well, Warwickshire wouldn't mind Hampshire winning that. Warwickshire have a game in hand on the 3 above, don't they? But what is it, 37 points separate them for Surrey. So they need to keep winning and then beat Surrey, Warwickshire, when the time comes. Essex are 14 points behind Surrey. We're going to have a look at their score in a moment. Here's Higgins, 2 slips crouched down alongside Simpson, who's standing back for Mosley, who defends on the front foot. Back to Higgins, it bounces. Yeah, Hampshire then are 15 points behind Essex. You'd fancy if Essex were to win that one, then that'll be it for Hampshire. That will surely be too much to overcome both Surrey and Essex from that position. It's the games in hand. It's the game in hand, sorry, for Warwickshire that would keep them alive, but they need to win this one first.
Yeah, a couple of times now Higgins has done the fielding off his bowling and looked to throw it back, but held himself back. But he has looked to whether Mosley's outside of his crease, which he is once again.
Left alone, that one around the wicket outside of the off stump. Through it goes. 113 for 3. Oh, a scream from a child somewhere in the
Hollies.
There's no comms camera this match, so we can't blame us. Comms camera, that's terrifying. You've always got to be sat upright and not doing things. This ball's pulled away in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Lovely shot, powerfully done. Eskenazi gives chase but gives up. And Mosley's into the 30s. 32 from 71 deliveries. 117 for 3 now. Warwickshire. And as I look at the scorecard, that means he is only the second Warwickshire batter to reach the 30s, and he's the highest scorer in the match for Warwickshire, beating Yates with 30 earlier today. Higgins bowls again outside the off stumps, left alone through to the keeper, 117 for 3. So, yes, what is this? The 23 wickets through, and this is now the highest score by a Warwickshire batter in the match. Middlesex had Higgins with 53. And even their second highest batter, Tekeres, is still a few runs ahead of Mosley. 37 Tekeres managed.
Still trailed by 22 here, Warwickshire.
That's the crucial stud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Higgins bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper, 117 for 3. Once scores are level, if it's still 3 wickets down, pressure starts to shift. Every single run will just you just start to feel a little bit more twitchy. And maybe it's because I follow Middlesex wherever they go around the country, and you kind of know the story and where they're at in their season and where they're at in the table. But a win here for their season would be absolutely huge, huge. But to be in such a dominant position for so long and not take the win then, well, it'll be a tough August for them.
Yeah, it's a real gritty game, isn't it? Just a couple of field changes. Covers come across to square leg just in front, and that mid-wicket field has gone back 3/4 of the way.
Higgins is in, he bowls outside of the off stump. That's left alone, 117 for 3. End of Higgins' 10th over, none for 15 from his 10 in this innings. Middlesex is leading wicket taker. Let's see if he still is in this match, because Bamber's obviously grabbed a few, although Higgins got a couple in the first innings, didn't he? Oh, where's it all gone? There it is. Higgins remains the leading average for Middlesex. In fact, oh look, he's just one shy of Robson now as the leading run scorer as well. Oh, nope, John Simpson, my apologies. He's got... I was going to come back to this in a moment because Carey's about to start the over. Lost in stats.
We get through quickly as DeCare is in again, defended by Hayne.
I'm looking at the wrong column. He's miles ahead now on the runs. Higgins, he's 633 runs at an average of just below 40. Next best is DeCare, he's averaging 34 from 7 innings.
As DeCare is in, driven firmly to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder.
Then Robson, who's the second highest on the excuse me, runs scored this summer. He's got 491, so yeah, that 50 now has surged him well away from Robson.
DeCare's bowls. Worked off the hip by Hayne. Short 45 in there though, preventing that run.
Then comes John Simpson, he's averaging 27. Stoneman averaging 24. Holden averaging 20.
Balls this time defend on the offside. Yeah, he's bowling really tidy areas here. DeCare's not even letting Hayne have the single. They've got their in outfield. Those in closer, able to cut off those singles. As he bowls, defended again by Hayne. Dots building up here for Warwickshire, and Hayne has now faced his 100th delivery of his innings. Change of angle.
Wickets wise, he has been surpassed by Bamber now. He's 31 wickets at 22 for the summer. Higgins 27 wickets at 24.
As DeCare's round the wicket this time. This one's driven to that deep cover fielder. And that's finished the over, 1 run from it.
Yes, Bamber came into the game with 25 wickets and Higgins 20. Sorry, yes, would that be right? How many's Bamber? No, Bamber's got 2 in this innings now, hasn't he? Or has he got 1?
Bamber's got 2, yeah.
Yes, he's got 2, so that's right. He came into this match with 24 wickets. And Higgins came into this match with 25. So a couple of wickets for Higgins so far. So he's no longer the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker.
He has got the ball in hand though. Coming 18 for 3.
That would be a mighty achievement, wouldn't it, to top both the runs and the wickets column for the season.
Some effort that.
Higgins is in now, he bowls. This is defended by Hayne into the offside and there's no run. David Kendricks was up here earlier. I'll throw it to the Twitter sphere. The last Middlesex player to top both the runs and wickets for the season. I'm going to see if... trying to think of all-rounders over the years for Middlesex. It'll be a fair way back now. They actually, 2005 was my first year doing this job. They searched for a long while to find an all-rounder. Higgins in, bowls, and Haynes in behind this. He defends into the onside, no run. 118 for 3. Gareth Berg came in from Kettering. He was second 11 player at a couple of counties, and John Embry eventually took a punt on him. What a career Berg's had. Went to Hampshire, Northamptonshire. Again, a late bloomer. He was past 25 by the time he made his name in county championship cricket. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is pushed back to Tom Helm, and there's no run. 118 for 3. Goodness me, I'm really having to think about that now. Who would even be in the reckoning to have been leading wicket taker and leading run scorer in the same season for Middlesex? I mean, Richard will absolutely know instantly who last did that for Warwickshire. How long have I got before I get the hook imminently? Shall I finish this over and get out of the way? Higgins is working hard on the ball. He's ready to go. 2 slips, short mid wicket.
Keeper standing up now.
He's in, bowls, and that's defended into the onside, no run. 2 to go of the over. So Roland Jones 24 wickets for the season, now at 30 with 3 in the first innings. Helm 21 at 31. It's Carey's 10 at 32. 7 of those came at the Aegeus, though, 7 for 144.
Little field change here. That extra cover fielder's just into a very straight mid-wicket. We've got 2 in there now.
It'll come as no great surprise that this is also Bamber's best bowling in a match, beating 7 for 80 previously. And here's Higgins with 2 short mid wickets now. He's got a silly mid on and a short mid wicket. He's in, bowls, and forward defence on that. And they're scrambling through for a single. Simpson's the fielder who gets there first. So the wicket keeper runs around to collect. One to come at the over. Just gearing up in our headphones for the 1 o'clock news on WM. Richard Wilford will be with us in a moment to take listeners through that bulletin. Over the wicket, around the wicket, wants to know Hayne. Over the wicket, says Higgins, as Mosley will settle over his bat. This may well be, well, if Higgins hurries up, they'll get 1 more in before lunch, but if not, we'll be handing straight to Richard for his update.
Yeah, really tinkering with their field here, aren't
they? They're quite happy to go off for lunch at this point, Middlesex. It's hit 1 o'clock, so that's lunch. This is the last ball before the interval. And in comes Higgins, 2 slips, crouched down, and the bouncer is deployed, as we thought it would be, because there's a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. And that's a rather strange way to end the session, isn't it? Are we making up overs from yesterday? We're not, are we? We had a full day yesterday. It's got to be lunch, isn't it? 1 o'clock. Umpires seem to be looking at the clock. I'm sure everybody's ready to go, aren't they? Yes, that is lunch. All right, a few thoughts from you, and I'll hand the headset to Richard. We probably could have done it. I thought there'd be another over before lunch, otherwise I'd have just got out of the way at that point. But yeah, Eve, a few thoughts for you on the session, and then we'll hear from Richard.
Yeah, well, a lot of the Middlesex players actually, after that long over of changing field positions, they actually just sprinted through to try and get another one in, but umpires have called it. But yeah, pretty good session there for Warwickshire. Batting conditions have improved, and Hayne now on 31 and Mosley on 32. It's a good partnership there. Warwickshire still trail by 20 runs, 7 wickets remaining. So they'll be pretty pleased with that morning session, losing just the 1 wicket this morning.
It'll be the first session in this match that you could say that Warwickshire have had the better of. I mean, they've added 66 runs in 29 overs. They've lost just Rob Yates. And I've mentioned earlier, if these 2 draw the score level and are only 20 runs behind now, then it starts to change the game a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think then every run they score, then Middlesex will be looking at the scoreboard and wondering how many they would be comfortable chasing. So I think from a Warwickshire perspective, these 2 have obviously got themselves in both in the early 30s now. They can go again after lunch, start themselves again, and then sort of look to go big, try and get a really decent score on the board for Warwickshire, something that they feel they can defend with their bowlers.
Well, thanks very much, Eve, for your work this morning. Eve, Kevin and Phil will be back this afternoon. That session will be beginning at 20 to 2, with Warwickshire trailing by 20 runs, 119 for 3. Middlesex taking just the 1 wicket this morning. Hayne 31, Mosley 32. We'll be back at 22 very shortly. I'll do an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are taking lunch on 119 for 3 over a rather calmer morning than we saw yesterday. They still are 20 runs short of making Middlesex bat again, but they've shown excellent application. Sam Haney was 7 not out overnight, has worked his way quietly up to 31, and he's got good support from Dan Mosley, who is on 32. Conditions clearly considerably better for batting. The ball has got soft now. Can they build a substantial lead and get themselves back in the game? We'll find out later. They're 119 for 3. Trailing by 20. Welcome back to Edgbaston. It's the second session on day 2 of the County Championship match between Warwickshire and Middlesex after the extraordinary 22 wickets in a day yesterday. We had 1 in a session this morning. Middlesex have probed, but they only found 1 breakthrough, that of Rob Yates, and Warwickshire will resume on 119 for 3. They didn't score at a rapid rate. Middlesex bowled well to their fields, kept the scoring low. But equally, Sam Hain looked like he was trying to dig in for the week with his innings. He will resume on 31. Dan Mosley with him on 32. The Bears' first half-century partnership of the match. They've added 57 so far for the 4th wicket, and they've reduced the deficit to 20. A little later, BBC London's Kevin Hand will be with us. Phil Britt, who's over at the museum at the moment, who works for Warwickshire County Cricket Club. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM, and alongside me is Eve Jones from Warwickshire, Central Sparks, Birmingham Phoenix. Who you played for in the Big Bash?
Melbourne Renegades.
Melbourne Renegades. I knew it was. You mentioned earlier it was Melbourne, but you never played a match in Melbourne.
No, I didn't. We're on the road all the time.
Anybody else from any other countries that I need to throw in at this point? Not yet, or is it?
Canterbury Magicians played for.
The Magicians.
Yeah. Did a
Abracadabra.
season out there. It's about 5 months out there. Yeah.
And Toby Rowland Jones is going to bowl the first over after lunch, which Eve will describe.
Yeah, starting with 2 slips in place. We've got a long leg, deep square leg. Mid wicket in fairly close, mid on, mid off cover, and a backward point. As Rowland Jones starts us off for the afternoon, as he bowls, this time defended in a half the bat by Hain, but finds mid on, no run.
So my list of cricketing teams doesn't really help, does it? It's sort of, as a teenager. Moseley Ashfield, I played a bit of under-15s from Moseley Ashfield down the road.
Just down the road.
Bit of senior cricket as a teenager for West Midlands Fire Service, honestly. Birmingham Post and Mail, that was about it, really. That was it. Highest honours, that, really.
Local lad.
Never mind, eh?
As Rowland Jones is in. Hain just approaching down the wicket as he flicks that one off his hip for a single. First run of the afternoon session.
It's crazy, isn't it, this game? Because we're only day 2, session 2. Feels like this is the biggest session of the match so far, in that Middlesex had control yesterday. Warwickshire have started to lay the foundations for their sandcastle. Because that's all they've actually done with that morning session. But it's all about, if they get through without losing more than a wicket in the second session, the game is a little bit different.
Yeah, and obviously they're still 19 behind, but with these two, especially Moseley, who plays quite positively anyway, if they can get level and then start to go ahead and really increase that partnership, then every run they put on the board is what Middlesex has got to chase as he bowls. First ball to Moseley, big shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Hands on heads in the slips.
And that initial instinct, I haven't yet seen a replay of it, was that height might have been a problem, because he was coming down the wicket a little bit, Dan Moseley. We'll see it again now. And I just wonder, let's see, it's pitching, no, it might even be pitching outside leg. It's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very tight. I think potentially just outside leg. On the money though, Rowland Jones asking the question early doors as he bowls again to Moseley. This time outside off stump, left alone.
I mean, it was worth the big shout. You got to give it the big shout.
You've got to ask, haven't you? You don't ask, you don't get. So,
yeah.
I think if they can pick up a 4th wicket, one of these two now who are fairly well set. They've faced quite a few balls between them. If they can get an early wicket, they'll feel they can try and sort of target that one end. As Rowland Jones is in, this time defended by Moseley.
So it's good sometimes you wicket keeper and slip. You stand there, you say, next time it goes past the edge, whether it's hit it or not, we're going up. We're going up together and hard, just in case.
Oh, that's bad sportsmanship, surely.
Yeah, I recognise it is. If you're struggling to get a wicket, you've got to try things, haven't you?
You normally do that in white ball cricket when the ball goes down the leg side. You think you go for the big appeal, trying to get something very rarely works, to be fair. As Roland Jones bowls this time, defended on the front foot by Mosley. Completes a pretty tidy over there. Just the one coming from it. 120 for 3 now, Warwickshire.
Decent start to the session, that for Middlesex. It was a good over from Roland Jones. Just testing Mosley. I think it looks like Ethan Bamber's going to come back for another spell. He got through 8 overs this morning, bowled for the first hour and 5 minutes from this end, and took the wicket of Yates for 30. So these two are now the two joint top scorers for Warwickshire in the match. Mosley and Hayne both on 32. But Bamber has been the best bowler in the match. His hair was almost up at a quiff in the front there. No wonder he's Kev's pin-up.
Yeah, he has bowled well, hasn't he, all game. Got the ball up there yesterday. Allowed the pitch to do the rest.
And he'll come in. He starts in a sprint and then eases into his run before bowling a ball outside off stump that bounces a second time, and it's untidily stopped by Simpson, but excusably, because that was an awkward bounce on the way through.
We've seen a couple like that today, haven't we? Just it's probably that far end, not quite carrying through. Whether that's just his loosener, first ball after lunch.
And we're on a part of the square where wickets getting slower and flatter would not be entirely unexpected. It's starting to get a bit more hay-coloured now as well. We have had some sun on it today. Bamber back of a length, forced into the offside. Hayne fancied a single, but very quickly in from mid-off is Eskenazi. And there's no run. Hayne, 110 balls for his 32. He won't be worried about run rate, though, because, as I mentioned to Kevin this morning, if there's one thing that we've got in this game, it's time.
We certainly have. Got a lot of time. I think the forecast's okay today, isn't it? A little bit of rain coming in later on.
Might have some issues after tea, yeah, potentially. I think we might get curtailed if we reach that point in the game, which looks a bit more likely now. Bamber once more, back of a length, stepping across with a stride, Hayne, so he's in a comfortable position to leave the ball. You haven't got any training today, have you?
No training today.
So that would have been no good in the rain. You're not one of these who likes to get other sport under their belts as well. Are you a golfer or?
Oh, I'm not really sure I could go as far as saying I'm a golfer.
Do you own a set of clubs?
I've got some clubs.
Okay.
And I go for a walk and try and hit the ball.
The walk's good for you.
It's a good walk spoilt, some people say, but
it's a fine book, that is, by the way. Bamber in, guided down towards point by Hayne. So you're saying you're not prodigious.
I might actually put my clubs in the car for the 100 if we've got a morning off, or we normally try and get a couple of rounds in if we've got some spare time in our hands.
I've got some clubs in the garage that are barely used. Barely used, I'm afraid.
Well, that's it. It's cricket season. When the weather's like this, you don't really have time to do too much else.
Exactly. Bamber strides in onto the pads of Hayne, who looks a little bit quizzically at the pitch after he fends that one off down in front of him. No run. The breeze has lifted a bit, going from left to right as we look out, so coming across from the Priory side of the ground, across where that little row of shops are with the chip shop. Used to be a Chinese there isn't anymore. The mini market has turned into one of a chain. I noticed the differences over there. A few things have changed in recent years. Little pub.
Yeah, can't say I've been in there though.
No, me neither. Forward in defence is Hayne, up towards mid-on. There's no run. 120 for 3, and the deficit is just 19. I'd be lying if I didn't suggest I might have a pint tonight. I haven't had a pint for a while. May have a slight plan in mind. The People's Republic of Sturchley may get a visit.
Don't have too many. You might be back in the morning. Well, you probably will be back in the morning.
Well, I was looking that way. I'm missing the morning session tomorrow for other activities. It's professional. But, Rob Gurney will be here for the morning, if the morning is required, which looks like it. Well, is it Chloe Brewer here tomorrow? Is that
yes, she is. She's
joining
in
the
the
team?
next. Well, she's meant to be in the next 2 days, but whether this game goes another 2 days, time will tell. As Roland Jones bowls, defended by Mosley. Yeah, I'm just looking at this forecast for today. doesn't look too good from 5 p.m. So whether we'll see that at 5 or whether it comes earlier, whether it comes at all, it might just skirt around
It
the
might
outside.
skirt round. I think after play it's going to be quite soggy. I think we can be fairly certain that after play it's going to be a night for taking your cagoule. If anybody still owns one of those. Poncho.
Poncho. Do you own a poncho? Roland Jones balls, left alone by Mosley. I can't say I do.
Do you know what? I think I do. I think when we're on holiday, I think Mrs. W has ponchos available for us. I don't worry too much about the rain. There's two reasons, really. One is that it doesn't take long for my hair to dry. Neither of them. You know what I mean? And secondly, because, you know, in all my years of experience in more than half a century, I've never dissolved.
As Roland Jones is in against ball. This time beats the outside edge of Mosley. He just prods at that one. Goes through to the keeper. 2 slips behind him.
That's the sweet spot for Roland Jones, isn't it? On the angle across the left-hander. He's not shown any eagerness to come round the wicket. And he's just on the angle, drawing him into a shot that he probably doesn't need to play, actually. I know Dan Mosley just thrown the bat up in the air and caught it again by the handle. Because he wants to not be offering it shots at balls like that.
As it balls, this time driven firmly to mid-off. No single, though. Can't beat that fielder there.
Well, Bamber has shed his jumper now, so we are now seeing more in shirt sleeves. He did well, actually, because I think that just caught the side of the green mat that's been put on one of the central wickets and hopped up a little bit at him.
Yeah, they're not the easiest things to field on, especially if your spikes can get caught in them and if it does hit the edge of the mat. Plus, you've got the wicket ends to think about as well, where they've got divots in. As Roland Jones balls, defended off the back foot, just straight to point though.
I suspect that particular mat is probably covering a track that's going to be used during the 100. Because the big games that the ground staff here have to prepare for never end. On and on they go. And I'll get that ready. See, as a captain, you've got a chance to put yourself in a field in an area where it's not going to kick up at you. I think that's...
Well, I don't really do that. I sort of always find myself in the ring. Obviously can't, as captain, put yourself out on the boundary, so I'm always sort of on those wicket ends somewhere as he balls. Defended off the back foot by Mosley. The tidy over there by Roland Jones.
You're not a mid-on, mid-off captain?
Yeah, sometimes. I feel it just depends how it all ends up. Sometimes you have your mid-on, mid-off out, so find myself extra or mid-wicket.
Yeah. Mid-on, mid-off, good view of the game. You get a fair enough idea. Because in the women's game, play so much white ball cricket that you're not going to have 2-3 slips in very often. You might at the very start of a 50 over a game have a couple of slips in.
Yeah, we probably usually just start with the one. Obviously with the white ball, it's trying to contain runs as well, so not giving them too many gaps to score early on.
Bamber bustles in as the cloud briefly covers the sun. Edging forward with his toes was Hayne, and when the ball is dragged down towards his pads, he just clips it round the corner to deep backward square leg. There's more that than it is an orthodox long leg. And a single for Hayne. He's to 33, moves one ahead of Mosley, 121 for 3. The deficit is 18. After the crash, bang, wallop and drama of yesterday, it is a very calm day's cricket so far.
Yeah, it's very different, isn't it? We were on the edge of our seats a lot yesterday, feeling like that something was going to happen all the time, and today it feels a lot more relaxed, a lot more laid back, not as much going on.
Digging deep, these two. They've added 59 so far. Only the second half-century partnership of the match, the only one for Warwickshire. As Bamber draws Mosley forward, out into the offside. The biggest partnership in the match was the one of 71 between Ryan Higgins and Josh DeCaris, which rather changed the tone of the day yesterday. If you take that stand out, imagine imagine they'd gone first ball, that partnership. You'd have been looking at not far off even Stevens at the end of the first innings. But it might also have been a very troublesome evening for Warwickshire if they'd had to bat sooner.
Yeah, you're right. Could have. I think Higgins rode his luck a little bit early on in his innings as well. He was looking to be aggressive, and there was a couple of loose shots that he wasn't in control of, but managed to get through that.
Bamber to Mosley onto his pads round the corner. It's a more orthodox long leg for the left-hander, who comes across to field, and there'll be another single. So they're 33 apiece, Mosley and Hayne. 122 for 3. I'll do my afternoon crane count in a minute. I did a recount yesterday and actually came up with 16, having initially done 15. When I was sitting a couple of boxes away this morning, I see what you mean about when that green crane moves over, because it's disappeared from sight again. But where the building work is on the fringe of the ground, when it comes over, you think it's going to suddenly be inside the ground, don't you?
Yeah, it just swings round out of nowhere, and I think it's just on the outside of the stadium, to be honest. Not far away from us to our left.
Bamber to Hayne again is approaching down the wicket, forward and defends with the inner half of the bat. And there's no run. I would add to the many, many jobs that I really don't think I'd be very suitable for. Crane operator. Can you imagine being at the top of one of those?
Yeah, not for me either.
You're putting a lot of faith in the people who put the crane up, aren't you?
Yeah, there is quite a few ahead of us out over the city. There's a lot of building work going on. I'm not sure I could see 16 though.
Short of a length for Bamber. Has that taken an edge? It has. It's gone through the slips and will go through for 4 for Hayne. And the question is whether that carried. The body language from Middlesex suggests maybe not quite. 2 slips in there, I think, are Davis and Robson. They've been at first and second most of the time, but false shot, Bamber in, takes the edge, drops just short of second slip. Robson having to dive sideways and just couldn't quite get his hands under it. It's not short by much, but it is short, bouncing up before it gets to his hands.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but yeah, I think that would have been a very good catch if he'd have managed to dive even more forward than what he already did.
Sam Hayne's not happy with the angle of the stumps. He's adjusting the stumps. Dan Mosley's coming across now. I've never seen this before. The 2 batsmen, everybody else is kind of almost ignoring what's going on. The umpires are looking at each other, and now Sam Hayne is standing back to see if the stumps are right. I mean, if he hits them deep enough into the ground, they'll be about 3 inches shorter. That'd be grand. I did a football match last season, Birmingham City playing at Hull, and they went to check the goalposts about half an hour before kick-off, and the one set was too high. Had a delayed kick-off, they had to saw a bit off the bottom.
Oh, wow.
Bamber, full outside off stump, left alone by Hayne. He's 37, Mosley 33, Warwickshire 126 for 3, trailed by 13.
How does that happen with the goalposts?
It's bewildering, isn't it? And of course, it's a stadium that's also used for rugby league, so they've got posts going in and out quite a lot. And whether it's something filling the holes or what, or whether they've got a new set of goalposts, but they had to be adjusted. It all ended well for Birmingham City. They won the game, so they'd have been happy enough with that.
It's a pressure job, that, trying to saw the right amount off, probably in front of a load of fans.
Yeah, you don't want it to go too low, do you?
Then you have to saw a bit off the other end.
Or have both sets of goalposts slightly too low?
Well, no, if you go too much off the one end, you
Oh, I
have
see
to
what you
adjust
mean.
the other one. So Roland Jones bowls, this time knocked into the leg side, no run. Yeah, because you could have been there all day then, trying to get on level. Trail by 13 now, Warwickshire. Slowly closing the gap. These 2 ticking along quite comfortably now. Got themselves in. 2 slips ready and waiting as Roland Jones is in. This time left alone by Mosley. Just angling that one across the left-hander.
Middlesex just needs something to give him a lift here. I think Roland Jones is bowling a pretty decent line, and particularly to Mosley. I think he's just got him in 2 minds a bit, but they just need something to lift them here. Helman Higgins waiting for their spells.
This time bowled defended off the back foot. Straight to point by Mosley. Bit of noise there from the Middlesex fielders, trying to get each other going.
You were involved in the England-Australia game, weren't you, a few weeks back? Did that give you a bit more hunger for the red ball?
Yeah, I think naturally it's there. I think we never get to play red ball cricket, so whenever we get opportunities to play red ball, we love it, and we really try and just make the most of it. Umpires just coming together here. They're looking at the ball.
Yeah. Different mindset though, isn't it? The idea of playing a 3 or 4 day game. You don't very often get the chance to set up and think, well, as a top order batsman, right now, I can bat for as long as I want. If I can bat all day, everybody's going to be really pleased with me if I bat all day.
That's the dream, isn't it, as a top order batter? And like, I naturally quite enjoy batting a bit of a badger like that, so Sparks teammates and staff take the mick a bit. Always at the end, like, oh, just one more. So they call me one more Jones.
That's not bad. Now we have an assortment of balls laid out on the pitch. And Hassan Adnan has a look and says to John Simpson, here you go, you can have this one. This is the one that you can have. And John Simpson looks at it, probably thinks, don't like that one.
Passing it around, everyone having a little look now.
What do you reckon to this one? I don't know. Will it move? No idea. And it's funny. Say earlier in the over, they need something to change. They need something to give them a bit of momentum. And sometimes a change of ball can do just that, can't it?
Absolutely. Could offer a bit more swing, perhaps. Maybe just a slight change in shape. Maybe if that other one was a little bit out of shape. Not doing too much.
We can hear the local news in our ears. There's a lot of excitement about the ball from the Commonwealth Games now being inside Grand Central Station.
Oh, I didn't know that. As Roland Jones in, this change of ball. Drive out to cover, but no run.
It'd been there for a couple of weeks, but with a mask over it, and it's almost like pretending it wasn't there. But the reason was the official unveiling today, and Sharon Osborne was there because it's been named Ozzy the Bull.
I was going to say it's not okay. It's not something you could probably hide too well.
No, it's huge. I haven't been in the station just lately. I'll have to have a look soon. Next time I nip into town.
Roland Jones approaching. This time defended by Mosley. A few little shouts behind the stumps, but nothing in that.
An impressive looking beast when it performed in the opening ceremony, that was for sure. It's sort of, when you're a Brummie, you're kind of relieved when something passes off and looks good like that. When you want your city to be represented well. So
is Aussie a permanent feature there then?
I think nobody's quite using the word permanent, but I think it'll be there for a long time. We'll see how it goes. It's certainly going to be a talking point.
Final ball of the over then. That's one's a bit more on the pads and it's worked into the leg side. They do pick up a single. Completes the over. 127 for 3. Just ticking along here.
Smacking his hands together. I don't know if it was in frustration or what there. Toby Roland Jones, who knows that he's having to work a lot harder for his living today. Ethan Bamber likewise. Bamber 2 for 40 now. Having taken, was it 5 for 20 in the first innings. Never taken 8 wickets in a match. That's his next target.
Yeah, 5 for 20 off 9 overs with 2 maidens in that.
Decent there.
Roland Jones was 3 for 27 off 7. 1 maiden in that.
I'll update BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM during this over when we get to 3 minutes past. As Bamber comes in to bowl to Mosley, who pushes forward and defends out into the offside, and there's no run. Good to see that the visitors have brought their flag. They don't always these days, but good to see both counties represented on the flags just to the left of the main scoreboard.
Yeah, it looks quite windy outside actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's gusting a bit, isn't it? Let's update the listeners now to the radio. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are digging deep in their second innings against Middlesex. They've only lost 1 wicket today after all of the wicket fall yesterday. 22 went down on day 1, but today just Rob Yates dismissed. Dan Mosley and Sam Hain have put together a stand of 65. They're scoring it just beyond 2 and over. Very, very watchful. Hain had a nick through the slips a few moments ago, but it did drop short of Robson at second slip. He's on 37, Mosley on 34. They've closed the deficit right down to 12 with 7 wickets standing. As Bamber bowled a dot ball last delivery, now sends it too far outside the off stump of Mosley. He shows no real interest in that. What do you make of the year that Dan Mosley's having? Because he's really caught the eye in all forms of the game.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? And I think we were discussing before, not only with the bat, but in the T20 blast, he had a great campaign with the ball as well. He's also got himself a Birmingham Phoenix contract.
He can score runs very quickly in that form of the game. In comes Bamber again. He's come a long way down the wicket, but defends off bat and pad into the leg side, and Bamber fields. Remember last season, the way he really announced himself was a game at Headingley against Yorkshire, where Bears looked like they might be slightly under with the score they were going to get, and he came in the 15th over and ended up making 61 not out. And you think, okay, there's something slightly different about this kid. Very clean striker of the ball. The year before he'd had a good knock in the 50 when he had a very young side in what was the Royal London One Day Cup. He and Jacob Bethel put on a 100 partnership up at York against Yorkshire as well. He obviously enjoys playing up there. As Bamber bowls back of a length left well outside off stump again by Mosley.
Yeah, and I think we said the only thing missing for Mosley is scoring his first county championship ton. He had a 90 early on in the season, didn't he? I think just getting over that line, getting 100, will give him a lot of confidence and a lot of belief.
Yeah, he and Ed Barnard have both got around the 90 mark this year without managing to go through the 3 figures. Would be a particularly timely occasion if he could go big today, but a lot of hard work to get there. As Bamber bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW, but I think it may have taken some bat on the way through. They then pondered a run and didn't go back for it. Bamber was imploring Hassan Adnan to give it out, and he's still staring at him, wondering why not, but I get a distinct impression there were 2 contacts there. It's the end of the over. It's 127 for 3. Kevin, there's a reason Kevin has opened his can noisily, but I'm not going to explain why. Oh, he's got an edge onto the pad there. Inside edge onto pad. I'm confident.
Confident, very confident. He nearly got himself run out as well. He was charging down the wicket, but got sent back by Sam Hain.
He was on the Bairstow. He was.
Oh God! Don't bring that up.
It's a no man's land. Yeah, the thing that I'm puzzled about there is just where the umpires were when that happened. But that's all I'm saying about that particular incident.
No comment.
Yeah, I it's always going to be a weird one, that one.
Into his 12th over of his spell, left alone by Hain outside the off stump. He's got a big stride in there.
In a word, you're a captain. Would you have withdrawn the appeal?
Oh, why? Why have you asked me this?
Just say yes.
You know what? I don't think I would have. I think the ball had only just reached the keeper's gloves and he was already off. I think you've got to. I don't know. I think it was probably a little bit of a mistake from Bairstow just to trot out of his ground straight away. As that one's driven through the covers. I think it's going to run all the way. And it does, yeah. Good shot there by Sam Hain. Didn't race away. There was a chase on, but with it being a short boundary out there, it did beat the fielder. Hain now moves on to 41.
I'm leaving it next. You're giving the honest answer. You're giving your honest answer. It's not a problem. You wouldn't have done. There you go.
Yeah.
You
I think there's times when you would, but I just think...
You get a big bash contract this winter. You're going to get a fruit basket sent to you by Pat Cummins if he hears that you said that.
Maybe that'll get me a big bash contract. As Ronan Jones is in, this time left alone by Hain. I think, whether... It doesn't matter whether you're English, Australian, whatever. I think just the fact that he just walked out of his ground straight away, I just think it's a bit silly by himself. What would you have done? Were you in agreement?
I don't think I'd have withdrawn the appeal
No.
either. I think it's a slightly shady dismissal, partly because of the fact that the umpires were moving on for the end of the over, but that's the difficulty for me, just the geography of where they were.
As Ryan Jones bowls, driven firmly to mid-on. Can't beat him though.
My actual bugbear in modern cricket has been the prevalence of mancads in the last couple of years, where actually they don't satisfy the description of what a mancad dismissal is. A bowler stopping, waiting for somebody to go out the ground and whipping the bail off ain't a mancad. That's just dodgy.
Cheating.
And I've seen a lot of those given, and I think, well, hold on. It's supposed to be bowling stride. You're not in your bowling stride. You've stopped. You're waiting.
Yeah, I'm not a personal fan of the mancad, as this one's left alone outside. Hayne, quite wide that one. I think it was it Adam Zampa in the Big Bash actually? He tried to do it, didn't he? And
Well, I think he did
but
do it.
he did do it, but it was given not out because he just basically ran up and just took the stumps out. He was.
And then not only that, it created really bad blood for the rest of the match, which I don't know. You want to do that? I'm a big fan of the warning, not the mancad. I think there's nothing wrong with giving a warning.
Last ball over. This one just comes back in. Hayne plays into the offside, no run, completes the over. 131 for 3. I want to say, was that the Melbourne derby as well?
Yeah, I think it was.
And is he now? Is he playing for Melbourne?
Oh, has he switched?
I don't know. Is it? I think there has been a couple of switches.
If there's one thing we know about Adam Zampa over recent years, and I think it's unavoidable if you follow cricket. Makes a good cup of coffee. Makes a really good cup of coffee. That's
I feel
what we know
cricketers these days, that's coffee machines. They've all got coffee machines.
Have you got a coffee machine?
At home I have, yes.
Yeah.
But a lot of them take them away on tour, don't they?
Yeah. They almost have nothing else in their case. It's a bit like when Jack Russell used to fill his case with tin beans.
It's packing the essentials, isn't it? I think coffee's such a social. Well, most teams have a coffee club, don't they? Finding the good coffees wherever you go.
I shall duck out after describing this over from Ethan Bamber. Advancing down the wicket is Mosley, and he then slams it through extra cover. Didn't necessarily time it perfectly, but on the short boundary he's got enough of that to steer it for 4. He's up to 38, 135 for 3. This ball now into its 53rd over, and I just wonder whether these two are going to look to attack a bit more against the soft ball.
Yeah, trailing by just the 4 runs now. Really closing in. And I think the position they're in now and the way the ball's obviously getting a bit older, the pitch is flattening out a little bit. They will want to try and go on, get ahead of the game.
Also the biggest partnership of the match now. It's up to 73. And Mosley awaits and leaves a ball that's angled outside off stump. His line's been a bit different in this spell, Bamber, and it is an older ball, but he's looking to try and put it in an area where the batsman's going to make a decision whether to play or not. Not attacking the stumps to the extent that he was before. Looks like he can go back round the wicket now, though. Tom Helm is warming up. Half an hour after the interval. Just looking to see how many overs are left. When's tea going to be today? Tea is going to be around 4 o'clock, I think. Bamber round the wicket to Mosley. He's approaching again. He drags it short and he pulls it through mid-wicket. They're certainly going to come back for 2. Good nippy work round the boundary by Josh DeCaris, then apologises for a wayward throw. But Mosley joins Hayne in the 40s, 137 for 3. A deficit of just 2. The dream scenario 3 hours ago for Warwickshire was, when these two came together, was to see whether they could be the ones that got them to at least level pegging. And they are almost there.
Yeah, they've both batted well, haven't they? Giving themselves a chance.
Done Mosley's most mature innings as he leaves a shorter ball that went through fairly high. Umpire Hassan Adlan then turned round like he was going to signal something, but I think he was just doing that 2 balls left gesture to Rob Bailey, which has come into the game in recent years. I presume it's something that is in the guidelines now for umpires, that there's always 2 balls to go that they just check, don't they?
Yeah, do the little signal on their arm. To be honest, if I was umpiring, I'd probably get it wrong a lot. I think it's a long time out there, isn't it? I think you forget that.
It's quite a sensible idea, actually. Another shorter ball, ducking under it, and he actually dips down and bounces again, and is trapped neatly by the pads of Simpson. Good bit of improvisation. He then repeats the gesture was going to ring Kevin back in. He's disappeared again. Where's he gone? Phil's not yet back from the museum. It's just you and me. We're stuck here, Eve.
I'll be here all afternoon.
It's the worst thing to do isn't it, than watch cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you sometimes forget that the umpires are out there for every single ball. And it actually must be quite tough to keep that concentration up all day for 4 days.
This one just back of a length, but straight, defended by Mosley, out to the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, Warwickshire 137 for 3. Middlesex's lead is down to 2. I'm just imagining, you know, in the next time you're captaining and it's deep in the day, you're in the field in the second half of the match, and there's about 15 overs to go, and you're saying to the umpire, I do feel for you, it's a long day out there, isn't it? It's a long day.
It is a long day.
And then the next over, how's that, ump? How's that? Oh, she's really not. I'm going to give that one. See, that's gamesmanship as well. I'm going to lure you into gamesmanship.
Oh, God. I was actually chatting to Sue Redfern when we played, I think it was that England v Australia game, and every session Sue Redfern changes her footwear. So she must carry that many pairs of shoes around with her. So every session she came out in a different pair of shoes.
I mean, pretty sure she wears those on another day. I mean, she doesn't get through 3 pairs a day.
She'll rotate them round, but Helm bowls, and this one's driven firmly. Diving attempt at cover, but misses the ball, and it goes all the way for 4. So that's Sam Hain now on to 45.
And they lead.
And they lead
with
There's
7 wickets remaining.
Big applause round the ground, especially from the members down in front of us, as Warwickshire do take the lead. This time yesterday, we probably would be questioning whether this moment would happen, so good morning for Warwickshire fans. Losing just the 1 wicket as Helm is in. This time flicked off the legs nicely by Hain. Will only get the single though, as they have got the fielder out there. Deep square leg. This is Helm's 11th over of the innings. He's got 1 for 32 so far. As the field changes for the left-hand Mosley. Welcome
You're right.
back.
It's a lead.
It's a lead.
This is the moment we were talking about. They get into a lead, especially with 7 wickets standing.
Yeah, they're getting themselves back into this game, Warwickshire, as Ham bowls. It's time defended. Straight into the ground, and Mosley just kicks that one, making sure it doesn't fall back on his stumps. Don't think there was any real trouble there. 142 for 3 now, Warwickshire.
Is Brian Halford listening to us next door, do you know? Probably not. No, he's not, because he'd have given us a thumbs up by now. He's got a 2023 diary. What are we, the 8th month of 2023? It looks like it's from about 1823.
7th still, I think.
7th month, indeed.
Not far away.
Not quite, yeah.
Helm over the wicket. That's defended to mid-off by Mosley.
Which actually makes my point even better. We're only just past the halfway point of the year, month-wise. It looks like it's from 1823, that diary, not 2023.
It looks like a clipboard. Is it not a clipboard?
No, he's got a clipboard in the foreground, in the background there.
Yes,
That's a diary, yeah. Look at it.
Oh, it looks well used, that one.
It looks like an old Dickens novel that he's had for 40 years.
Yeah, he's definitely not listening to us.
No, probably for the best.
Helm running in, driven firmly by Mosley, and that's going to go all the way through the covers. Skips over the rope, 4 more to his total. He now moves on to 44. Both batters mid-40s now. Extending that lead to 7 now. Helm been a little bit wayward this over.
I reckon Brian's an avid diary keeper, though. Note keeper for sure, diary keeper as well. I reckon everything gets scribbled out. They do say though that we should. I'm terrible at that. I always think, oh, I'll remember it. You never do. Well, our brains aren't made for that. We have to keep notes because our brains aren't made to keep memories, are they?
Yeah, I'm a note keeper. Last ball the over then by Helm, left alone by Mosley.
And do you feel extremely efficient as a result? Because that's one thing I must do, is keep notes better.
In a
I'm
way,
talking
yeah.
life in general.
A lot of them I don't actually read back, but I just feel like if I've got them there, I've always got something to.
Yeah. Fall back on. Well, it's that thing. It's like, what have I forgotten? I know I've forgotten something. At least you've noted it down.
Are you a list maker when you've got things to do?
Occasionally. Notes and lists.
Yeah, lists. I am a list maker.
Yeah, I think I'm probably better at both of those.
I do it on my phone now because you've got your phone at all times, haven't you?
Well,
so
that's the problem, isn't it? You know, with your phone. And then where do you get? I need to get an app where you keep it all, your notes and your lists in your phone. So you kind of scribble it down everywhere. I'll email it to myself, or I'll bookmark it on Twitter. Or
yeah, I just go on the old notes section of the iPhone. Keep it all.
I've got an
there.
Android, you see. I'm one of those.
You surely have notes on there as well.
It probably is. I think you need to download it. It's not as straightforward as the Apple device. Other Apple products are available.
And other non-Apple products are available.
Bamber's in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no... Well, it was an infamous one years ago on Middlesex commentary. David Townsend, who was a regular back then. He's working up at Scarborough this week. He was like, well, I was looking for my iPad, and then I was looking for my iPhone, and then I was looking for this. I was looking other Apple products are available. He went through the whole list of them. Oh, yeah, sorry. Tablet, phone.
Watch. There's loads now,
there's
isn't
loads
there?
now, yeah. Bamber. Fitbit on his arm. Runs into bowl. And this ball's worked towards mid-wicket. They don't know, but they wouldn't need them, players, do they? You wouldn't need one, would you?
Well, we're actually not allowed to wear smartwatches.
Oh, go on.
The PMOA, when we have to hand our phones in.
Oh, well, yeah. Of course,
So obviously,
that
well,
that's a smart watch, but then a tracker thing.
Well, we've all got GPS trackers in the back of our shirts now, so that does it all for you.
Of course.
I think there is.
But in life in general, I was assuming. I mean, you wouldn't.
Oh yeah, I've got a watch.
Here's Bamber bowls, and this ball's turned towards square leg for a single by Hayne, and 147 for 3. But do you find you use that for the fitness purposes, or for messages, or for answering the calls, or what? Do you use it for fitness?
Yeah, mainly for fitness. I think
okay.
when I'm doing a gym session or going for a run, I always turn it on. I feel like a run doesn't count unless you record it. Yeah.
That's why I never run, you see, because I don't have the devices to record it.
Yeah, fair enough. But it tracks everything these days. It tracks sleep.
Please, no one buy me a watch for Christmas. Here's Bamber around the wicket, bowls, and... Oh, is that edged? No, it beats him. Now, that must have moved a bit. He's gone a long way across there, Mosley. A long way forward as well. On the move, on the walk. Beats him through to Simpson. Look at the replay. See just what movement there was or wasn't, or whether he just played at a line miles out. Oh, I need to turn it down. I'd gone to the room back behind and watched you and Richard. Watched the stream listening to you and Richard. Because it's perfectly in line, isn't it? So I thought, you know what, actually, I'm going to go and sit on the sofa and watch the stream. Too far back on the deliveries now. Let's have another look. Bamber's in, bowls, and that gets an inside edge down onto the ground. Perhaps with a boot as well, loops up and away into the offside. Excuse me, now I'm going to be one ball past it. You can guarantee, can't you? Yep, there's the one that we've just seen. So let's go back to...
Just thought that just come back in a little bit, that previous delivery.
And did the previous... Well, then, in which case, did the previous ball go away? One that he went all the way across to. Yes, look at that go off the surface. Boy, oh boy. I mean, that was almost an off-cut of that, wasn't it?
Yes, good.
No, I don't think that swung late. I think that was off the surface, wasn't it? We'll have another look again. Bamber around the wickety bowls, and this ball's works back with a square on the leg side, and they will take just a single. There's two out there. No, they're coming back for the second. And well, let's see who it is. It's unusual for Max Holden to be all the way out there at fine leg. Very unusual indeed, and they managed to turn it into two. It's a big boundary, as we've been saying all the time out there, but deep square and long leg. They'll be disappointed they got back for two there. The lead's 10. End of the over, 149 for 3. That last delivery then, let's see.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
That's great running by Mosey then. He really sprinted hard that first run, and that gave himself a chance to get back for that second and really put the pressure on the fielder.
I think it might have actually just swung late rather than seamed, that one. Let's have a closer look. I think there's just a little bit of late slit swing that adjusts the line on it. Just there. And then it keeps going off that line.
Even once it went past the batter, it was heading towards first slip, so he's going as Helm is in to bowl this time on the legs, flicked away by Sam Hain, but will find the fielder out on the deep square leg boundary, picks up one.
But late swing can so often confuse you to think that it seamed. You need to really look closely, and trying to zoom on that a little bit better to see. Oh, 150 up.
150 up
Well
for
done.
Warwickshire.
Well done, everyone. We'll be here for the evening session at least.
Lead of 11 now.
Dear old Phil Brett, he thought it was going to be a one-day finish yesterday. Welcome back, Phil. He'll be back with us in a few moments. Yes, everybody's just walked in the room.
Back from the museum. Helm into ball. This time defended off the front foot by Mosley. Just turns and walks away, gathering all his thoughts.
Plenty of thoughts to gather at the moment.
Yeah, it's just
with a game in hand on the 3 above, which they can't be ruled out as contenders this year.
How many games to go?
Oh, 4 after this, isn't it? Well, it depends actually. Hold on, Middlesex have got 4. Warwickshire will have 4.
They've got a game in hand, Warwickshire.
Yeah.
As Helm's into ball. Oh, and he beats the outside edge. Mosley just sort of hanging his bat outside the off stump, and I think he's just gone across him with the angle.
A busy September for both. 4 games in September. With 2 teams with a game to make up in the Division 1 table and those around them.
Yeah. Helm, end of his mark, running in. This time, seemed like he just had a bit of an effort ball there, and you could hear his groan as he bowled that one. It just knocked into the offside by Mosley. Just rehearsing that little dab down to third man. And looking in the vacant area, there's no one down there. Just clouding over a little bit here now, Edgbaston. Sunshine just seems to have gone behind the clouds. I think we are due a bit of rain later on, aren't we? So that can hold off for a little bit longer. This time banged in again. Mosley get on top of the bounce, and Haynes calls him through for the quick single. He plays that nice soft hands. Just drops that one into the leg side, and they do come through for 1.
Bit of cloud cover in time for the second new ball. Goodness me. Second new ball. Didn't think we'd be talking about that yesterday evening when Warwickshire were a couple down early on. Tim Mercer's having a walk around the boundary. Player coach now. Played last week against Surrey. Rotated out for this one. Murmurs as to whether it will be. Well, last week was Mercer's final game at Lord's. All those wickets, all those years.
Helm into ball, this time to Hain, and he's knocked it off his hip. I think he's got a bit of bat on that, or is it thigh pad? And they do come back for the second. I'll just have to wait for the signal from the umpire. Yeah, I think he's got some bat on that.
Yeah.
Wasn't too far away from Simpson. That's Hain's 50 as well. Bringing it up off 131 balls. A little ripple of applause around the ground for Sam Hain. Really had to dig in for his 50 today, hasn't he?
Second half century in the match with Higgins. And Mosley 3 runs behind Hain now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think that was a chance to Simpson there, was it?
No, I think it was just out of his reach, but
Yeah, it dropped short as well, didn't it?
it wasn't too far away.
Let's have a look.
End of the over as well, 153 for 3.
Bamba will be moving away from our commentary position at the lofty pavilion end here. As he comes in, now squares up Mosley with a length ball through to the keeper it goes. No run. 153 for 3. Have I missed the replay? I've gone one too far, have I? Here we go. Oh no, hold on. It was second last ball of the over, wasn't it? Because they got the single. Is that right? No, maybe not.
Yeah, but the next one off Hayne.
So it was last ball of the over and he brought up the 50. Yes, of course it was. And I'm pretty confident before we see the replay that it fell a long way short of Simpson as his. Bambutt bowls and Mosley pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, he actually did well to get something on it. He probably wore it on his chest a little bit there, didn't he, on the bounce? Which
yeah, he took the sting out of that and
Oh,
saved probably 2 runs there.
yeah, maybe even the boundary. 'Cause he wore a fair old chunk of it on the high up on the chest, on the shoulder there, didn't he? Well done, John Simpson. Still going. A decent age for a keeper. I mean, you wouldn't guess that he was mid-30s. He's still fists a fiddle. And yes, Bambutt bowls. Simpson claims behind the stumps. There's never been an inch of fat on him. John Simpson, he's always been incredibly fit. And age-wise, you never kind of look at him and think, oh, you never see kind of him standing up and stretching out the back. And looks like he's got a good few years in him still yet. You'll certainly hope so. With he had a 100 contract last year. I don't think he's got one this year, has he?
Yeah, I think being a keeper, you have to stay fit, don't you? The amount of squatting.
Bambutt bowls. This is played defensively by Mosley, just working it to mid-wicket and no run. Where is he, John Simpson, on the runs this year? He's 4th on the list of the averages this year with the bat, having been the leading run scorer last year. 35 just the other day. John Simpson, goodness me, that makes me feel old. First class debut back in 2009.
Yeah, we were saying before about like the professionalism, the games, where the game's at.
Bambutt bowls and fuller delivery, same outcome, defended to mid-wickets, but it was a fuller delivery and Mosley had to make sure he got his bat around that pad, which is what got the excitement out there.
Obviously the support you get now as a professional player, everything you have access to, it will allow players to probably go on and play for a little bit longer. I think you'll start seeing that more in the women's game as well. Obviously we're a little bit behind as we are still quite new really. We're only in our 4th year of being professional cricketers in the domestic setup, so I think you will see the women's game slowly catch up.
Bambutt with a bouncer, he's hooked and nobody knows where it's gone on the onside. Long leg. Max Holden, it's down there. I'm sure it's Holden, it is. That's the 50 for Mosley. He moves to 51, but they were all like statues on the onside. Nobody knew where it was. It has gone for 4. 51 from 122 deliveries, 9 fours, and 153 invaluable minutes for Warwickshire. It's put time into this innings, into this game, and into the legs of the bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played well, hasn't he? I think he naturally likes to go hard at the ball and is more of an aggressive player, but I think he's played a magnificent, put my teeth back in, magnificent innings today. He's batted well with Sam Hayne. I think these two have worked well together, built a partnership for Warwickshire. The thing now is they've both have done all the hard work. It's how many they can go on and get. Put Warwickshire in a real commanding position. As Helm is in 13th over for him. So that one's just worked into the leg side. Hayne is running the first one hard, and I think they are going to come back for the second. That's again excellent running by these two. Very quick between the wickets.
I was just touching on there when the 50 was brought up. Max Holden at long leg. He's Middlesex's gun fielder. Backward point is usually his position, or it's a slightly slower pitch in the covers. He's down at long leg at the moment for both ends. So I'm not quite sure if there's a slight problem for him, but you'd thought he'd be off the field if there was. But for what reason? Maybe it's just to take a break, relax, step away from backward point for a little while, refocus.
Helm balls left alone by Hayne. Lets that one go through to Simpson.
Which is not usually something you do, because the catch goes to backward point then, and someone puts it down. You're like, did you really need that reset, that break? But sod, hopefully he's okay. Now Stoneman is. No, I think he's just relaying He's relaying something to Mark Stoneman, who was captain last match. Roland Jones, of course, is captain again this game. Up at mid-off. I thought he was relaying that either he was coming off or indeed coming on to bowl. It's been years since I've seen him bowl off spin.
Helm in. This time defended by Hayne. Hold in the pose.
Far too long, I should add. He was a good, promising young spin bowler, I thought, Holden. But they've got De Carey's now. He's doing a grand job with the ball.
Yeah, he's not gone for many today, has he, De Carey's? Had a couple of maidens earlier on.
We're getting towards the point, aren't we? The 60th over, where can they get through some cheap overs? Rattle through.
Helm approaching to Hayne. Banged in this time, and that's worked off the back foot, but straight to point. That was a little bit of a misfield, but they don't take the single.
Well, Eskenazi's now the backward point. He's the man with the injured finger, having missed the last match, so he's not in the slips where he'd usually be. Got Davies at slip, Robson at second, and Eskenazi at backward points.
Interesting place to field if you have got an injured finger.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do come quite sharply at backward point.
Oh, Higgins is dancing at cover point. That's a pretty good jig. There you go. He's winding up, ready to go. Oh yeah, no, what's he got going on?
He is on a little dance.
Yeah.
And balls worked by Hayne into the leg side. He got right on top of the bounce there. There was a throw at the bowler's end, but I think Hayne was comfortably into his crease. 160 for 3.
What do you reckon? A wind up? Somebody else's dance moves have been called into question in the field.
Possibly, maybe just trying to keep each other going. Obviously not got a wicket now for some time. Last wicket was on 62, so 2 runs away from the 100 partnership between these two. Sometimes you just got to find a way of keeping yourself focused. This one's left alone by Mosley. Completes the over. 160 for 3 now, Warwickshire. Mosley 51, Hayne 53. I think someone is going off. Is that Stoneman going off?
Yep, that was the signal relayed through Max Holden to swap Stoneman for someone. Let's see who's coming on. Joe Cracknell. Yeah, Toby Roland Jones. Change of ends. There we go. I don't think we've seen a change of ends at all in this match, have we, from any of the bowlers? Roland Jones been from the settee end all the way, and Bamber has been down below us the whole time.
Yeah, we probably haven't had to, have we? The success so far in this match. They haven't had to do too much to pick up a wicket. Obviously now it's been a while since we've had that last wicket, so just trying a few things here, Middlesex.
Come on, Rojo, come on, boys. Here he goes. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, long leg, and Roland Jones in. Bowls, thick inside edge, goes straight to the square leg fielder. Tom Helm, he's just in front of Rob Bailey at square leg. That seemed to rush Hayne somewhat, didn't it? Extra injection of pace there from the old fella. Can't believe we're calling Roland Jones the old fella as well. All these debuts. The one that, well, the 2 that got me, I saw Stephen Finn's debut. So I always said when Finn retires, that's when I'm going to feel very old. Here's Roland Jones, bowls, and onto the hip of Hayne. This is worked down to long leg. And a single taken. Then again, there's not that much in the difference between Finn and Roland Jones. Finn is, indeed, I think Roland Jones is older. Finn is 34 years and 113 days. Now with Sussex, yeah, made his debut at Ebervale. I was going to say Colwyn Bay, but it was Ebervale. 2007. That's when I
Where in the world's that
first
then?
saw him. Glamorgan, it's North Wales. He's Full delivery to Moseley, pushing back to Roland Jones. And actually, is it North Wales? I mean, yeah, Ebbw Vale. It's in a gorgeous little valley. Let's have a look, see if it is. Maybe it's Midway. Is it Abergavenny Way?
South Wales. South
yeah,
Wales.
South Wales. It is South Wales. I think it's Abergavenny Way, isn't it? Ish. No, says Phil. That was a disdainful geography teacher, so I left there, wasn't it, Phil? No.
Might have to look that one up on the maps.
That's a great little ground, that. Can't remember seeing them playing there for many years. Forward goes Moseley, pushing to cover, and there's no run. It was saturated that day. Ebbw Vale, it was one part of the ground, it was a real mud bowl, and they had to bring the boundary rope in almost to a ridiculous level. I don't think they'd do it anymore. But it came in so far, that boundary rope, such a short boundary.
Yeah, there's a legal limit these days, isn't there?
I'm surprised there wasn't then. I mean, it's not that long ago in the grand history of things. Roland Jones bowls short onto the ribs of Moseley, who rides the bounce for a single. 1-6-2 for 3, and that's the century stand between Moseley and Hayne. 100 from 231 deliveries for a side that was skittled for 60 in the first innings. This is monumental. 3 hours and a minute they've been together. 52 for Moseley and 54 for Hayne. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, this is exactly what Warwickshire would have wanted this morning. Losing just the 1 wicket today. Yates falling for 30 early this morning. These two have batted for some time now.
Roland Jones bowls. This is full and push back, and there's no. It is next to Abergavenny. It's right next to it. You have to go through it. If you're coming from, obviously, if you're coming from Swansea, but if you're coming from, well, even Newport, you'd go through Abergavenny to get to Ebbw Vale.
But
So
that takes some getting to.
Well, indeed, yeah. Well, absolutely. Let's see. Roland Jones, where Finn made his debut at 16 for Middlesex. Roland Jones was well into his 20s. I think it was 2011. Would it have been his debut? Let's have a look. 2010 maybe. Went through this the other day, got it horribly wrong again. But yeah, Finn's 34 and 113 days. You'd have thought that Finn was older, wouldn't you?
As Helms into bowl. This time finds a big thick edge, but Point is running round, does the fielding. Moseley's been thinking about that shot for some time now, trying to just guide it down, use the pace, use the angle across him. No run. There was a throw at the non-striker's end again. Sam Hayne backing up.
There we go, Roland Jones. Goodness me, he's more than a year older. 35 and 178 days. It's funny, isn't it? 'Cause Finn's career feels like it's winding down, but then Finn has bowled an awful lot. He's been bowling from such a young age.
As Helms in. And that's why that one-stop ball just defended straight back down the ground, but fielder picks up. That's why it's so important these days for workloads, bowlers' workloads. They are very careful with how much youngsters can bowl, because I feel like back in the day it'd just be you're playing a game every night, wouldn't you, really? And there wouldn't be no such thing as workloads, but they are very careful these days with especially teenagers, obviously the growth spurts they're having, and just trying to manage that. So this time that's banged in. Sharp bouncer there by Helm. Moseley happy just to duck under that. He just has a little walk down, has a chat to Sam Hayne. Still a bit of chatter out there by the Middlesex players.
Well, it's getting to that point, as I say, where just start. I mean, the lead's 23 now, so effectively 23 for 3 in their second innings.
Helm into bowl. Over the wicket this time, just worked into the leg side by Moseley. They will scamper through for a single.
we were getting to the points this morning, or we were talking this morning about when it would get to the point where it started to feel like a one innings match. I think we're not far off that now. 23 for 3 effectively in their second innings in a low scoring game.
Yeah, you're right, and I think from the position Warwickshire in yesterday, 60 all out, to now be virtually 24 for 3, I think you feel like the game is slowly starting to even out ever so slightly.
Also, one of the things would be trying to make Middlesex score more than they scored in the first innings.
This time bowled into Haynes' ribs, just knocked down, got right on top of the bounce there, Hayne.
Psychologically in this match, I think that would be quite a big obstacle for Middlesex. They had to go out and score the highest total of the match in the final innings.
What did they get first innings? They got 199.
Hampshire, 52 for 4. They're now further on than we are. Good point, Phil. We'll have to be back in a moment. I don't know what the schedule was for Phil's return. I'll be honest, Richard did tell me, but I didn't really listen.
This time bowled, defended by Hayne. Very solid there. He did cheekily look for that single as no one was really running into.
Do you fancy a break? Maybe we'll get Phil on now. He's done a solid hour. Bigger than most partnerships in the match.
Probably the second highest partnership of the match,
yeah.
I reckon.
Eve, thanks for now.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you in a little while. Probably replacing me, or Richard will replace me in a moment, I guess. I don't know. 163 for 3. Let's have a look at those scores elsewhere that Phil has just brought to our attention. Quite rightly as well. Starting with that one. Hampshire 52 for 4. Gubbins still going on 18. Vince 22. Brown came and went quickly, gone for 1. Dawson's there. So they lead by 7 with 6 wickets standing. This is Hampshire's last throw of the dice really for the title, isn't it? They need to win that one. As Roland Jones is in, he bowls and run away with time by Mosley down to the vacant deep third. And Mosley is on to, is that right? He's on to 57, so
yep,
he overtakes Hayne.
Yep.
167 for 3.
They've not been spectacular, but they've just gradually accumulated these two, haven't they? And it's been a...
I mean, I think it's... They've barely offered a chance. Have they offered a chance? You know, there's been an edge short here and an edge short there, but nothing to hand.
No, nothing which you'd say.
Roland Jones bowls, and it's a length ball left alone. Usually having nothing to do with it. Pressure's just starting to turn to Middlesex for me. They've got a bat last. I know that the pitch, we all assume here, is flattening and will continue to do so, but
they don't deteriorate much, Kevin.
They don't deteriorate, but I tell you what, the pressure on Middlesex isn't deteriorating at all, and it's only increasing with every run of the lead that ticks away. A side that have had their woes with the bat. They've had better times of it in their second innings for sure. The chase against Nottinghamshire, the chase against Northamptonshire, when it ended up scores level, so they took 8 points for the draw rather than 5.
I'm not sure how much more play we're going to get. The forecast is really not good at all for the rest of the day.
Oh dear.
And it's a real feel of rain as you walk out.
Roland Jones bowls from around the wicket this time to Mosley. It's turned to mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, earlier on in the day it was beautiful. It was really nice summer's day, but it's changed as the day has gone on. And light rain, according to my thing, is expected to start in Birmingham in 4 minutes' time.
Ooh.
Didn't say what part of Birmingham, but when
So
it
it could be
does
the
start,
north.
it doesn't look very promising for the rest of the day.
We're southeast here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Is that Roland Jones bowls outside of the off stump? 167 for 3. I got that part of my geography right then.
Well, yeah, better than your Ebervale. But Abergavenny, you wouldn't
It's the
want
next
to
town along.
You wouldn't want to walk between the two.
I wouldn't want to walk between anywhere in Wales.
Why?
Everywhere's miles apart, isn't it?
No, it's lovely.
Well, yeah, it's lovely, but it's all miles apart. I'd say relatively, in Welsh standards, they're quite close by. I mean, that's the thing. Glamorgan, when they play at Colwyn Bay, you know, that's a full-on away game for Glamorgan, isn't it?
It's on the North Wales coast.
Roland Jones around the wicket bowls. This left alone through to the keeper. 167 for 3. Had a wonderful game of snooker with Ed Bevan in a rain delay at Colwyn Bay.
It's nice ground. Isn't
Mainly
it?
because I won. It is, yeah.
And you won, you say?
I did. He wasn't happy.
I was going to say, I'm surprised you were allowed out.
He's a good man,
I
Ed.
think we've got a game at. Is it Neath that we've got a game at? Something like that. I think Mike Taylor's was saying to us, a 50 over game.
Roland Jones bowls full outside the off stump. It's left alone by Mosley. Through it goes. 167 for 3. Mosley 57. Hayne 54.
Let's have a look at that. I know Warwickshire playing Glamorgan in the 50 over competition. And I've got a feeling he said it was Neath. And I've never been there for a game.
It's beneath you, Phil.
So, the umpire's having a little chat.
What are you looking up? You're distracted.
No, I'm just looking up to see where Warwickshire are playing that game.
Ah.
There's not much happening. We're not missing very much at the moment. There's a helmet being brought on. He runs on very quick, this chap, doesn't he? The Middlesex.
Cullen.
Yeah, right. Look at him. He's got a royal race on. He's got his red bib on, and he scuttles on there. It's almost like he didn't want to be seen. Can I get on there and off before anybody spots me?
I think he's the fastest bowler at the club. Bodes well for the over 8 over the years. So Cullen's that quick about his business. Notoriously slow over 8 Middlesex.
I've found it. Yes, we're playing at Neath Cricket Club in the One Day Cup on the 10th of August.
Ah.
You haven't been there, I take it?
Nope.
No, I haven't. I say, been. It was a little.
Umpire's
changing
changing
his
size.
ways. Hassan Adnan is moving over to the open side. There's a short leg in for Helm. Haynes, so he can't see properly. The likelihood of being stumped is a bit thin, I think. So Simpson is stood about 20 yards back and takes this one as it flies over the middle of Haynes' back and through to the keeper.
Well, you never know. He might swing for 6 and knock off
He
a bail.
might do, yeah. Yep.
The oddities of cricket and cricket dismissals. It's a great game, isn't it?
Yes, I was looking at that on Twitter. I think Wisden had taken it and put it on there as an odd dismissal. It really was. But the more you look at it, and there's no way you can tell whether the ball had actually hit the floor. This one is turned by Hayne, just going up on his toes and flicking it backward a square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 56 to 168 for 3. So the lead goes up to 29, effectively 29 for 3.
You have to feel sorry for folks that don't understand this game. It's a great sport, isn't it? What do you do? It's the second most popular sport in the world. Our second sport in this country, the summer sport.
Is
Except
it,
people-
is it
people
the
have-
second most popular sport in the world?
Oh,
cricket?
yes.
Is it?
Goodness me, yes. By a long way, isn't it?
I don't know. Do you know, I didn't. So football, I assume, is 1.
Yes. Trying to think what's number 3 now.
Basketball?
Maybe.
Helm comes charging in from that Birmingham end. He's in and bowls, and this one is short. And mostly just ducks underneath it. And the ball goes harmlessly through to the keeper. Is that in terms of people watching it, or in terms of people?
Here we go. Let me tell you.
Oh, right.
World's most popular sports.
Pogo stick racing's big.
Where? In Pogo.
This one, Helm is in, and Mosley is turned a bit square on, drops the ball down just in front of him. There's a short leg there, but the ball was well in front of him and across, and he had to go just 2 or 3 paces over to his right to pick it up.
Top 10 list of world's most popular sports. Let's have a look. Football, 3.5 billion. Cricket, 2.5 billion. Field hockey, 2 billion. Tennis, 1 billion. 900,000 volleyball, 580 million for table tennis.
Helm bowls. This is down the leg side. There are a couple of shouts that might have just brushed the gloves as it went through down the leg side, but nothing from behind the wickets or from the bowler. So not out. 168 for 3. Where's golf then? Because is that by people playing or people watching?
Let's have a look. Estimated fans. So
Estimated.
watching.
Yeah. Horse racing, I'm amazed, isn't much higher up there as well.
Well, it's more a betting sport, isn't it, than a sport?
Helm in. Ooh, that one through again. Getting bounce. Helm. So plenty of lift, plenty of bounce. At 168 for 3 at the end of that over, but just troubling Mosley there a little with those 2 late deliveries.
You know, it's not even close. Actually, you'd probably be surprised how close cricket is to football around the world. 3.5 billion compared to 2.5 billion. Then 2 billion for field hockey, 1 billion tennis, 900 million volleyball. Volleyball. Volleyball is good as well. Table tennis, 850 million. Baseball, 500. Golf, 450 million. Basketball, 400 million. And American football, 400 million. So they're the top 10 sports with their estimated fans around the world. Here's Roland Jones. Bowls, and his ball's worked to mid-wicket, and Tom Helm, 168 for 3.
Well, all I'd say is there's not many of the 2.5 billion people here today to watch it. They're not in Birmingham, that's for sure.
No, I mean, you know, it is a sport that, well, I mean, like all of them, once you drop away from football, I'd imagine viewing figures for all of them drop.
Is that TV viewing?
No, this is just estimated fans around the world.
Okay.
But I'd imagine if you went to TV viewing figures, there'd be a considerable difference. So here's Roland Jones bowls, and forward goes Hayne defending into the onside, and there's no run. I mean, very much as this service has proved, online coverage of it, you know, you know, everybody called it the one man and his dog sport, didn't they? Which was ridiculous to begin with, but you know, more often there are more people tuned in online than there are in the ground.
Yep.
So,
yep.
You know, it's just about the ways. I mean, the fact that it's played so much during the working day as well.
Yeah.
You know, it does take time to. It's not just 90 minutes, is it? Here's Roland Jones. He's in bowls, and this is worked down to deep back square leg for a single. 169 for 3. How did we get onto that? Oh, the oddities of cricket dismissals, and what a wonderful game we have. And this man, Roland Jones, of course, with his odd dismissal yesterday. End of the over, I'll be making way for Richard, who's stood behind me, ready to go for his 2 o'clock. We were about to do scores elsewhere as well.
I think he's missed his 2 o'clock.
What?
Maybe it's 3 o'clock. Going to be stood there a long time if he's doing for the 2.
2 o'clock tomorrow. The overnight on WM. 2 a.m.
Yeah, I guess
he desperately needs.
He's obviously got a bad record of turning up.
Around the wicket comes Roland Jones. That's eased away into the offside to mid-off. No run.
Get him in early. Tell him.
Oh look, I've still got that Kent match. Well, how far did that go into day 2? Actually, we did all the things. About 23 wickets fell on day 1 of that game. How far into day 2 did they make it? Oh, what's happened? Let's refresh it and see. So Kent were, as we established, 33 for 3 overnight in their second innings, still trailing. So Roland Jones around the wicket, bowls, and this is eased away into the onside. No run again. 1 ball to come of the over, and then I'll get it away for Richard. So from 33 for 3, when Van Jaarsveld fell on that first evening, they were then 232 all-outs. So Middlesex finished 168 for 1. I mean, what a flattening out that was of Lords.
Yeah.
But again, as much of that was to do with the scheduling of the day-night game at Canterbury on the Friday night and Saturday morning start at Lords for the Championship, so in the same 2 counties. Sam Robson hit 94 to see that one home for Middlesexers. Here is Roland Jones around the wicket. He bowls. That one's left alone, and there's no run. So very quickly, there were 63 overs in the Kent second innings. Let's say they were circa 15 overs down overnight. So 50 overs of that innings plus 37. So they're about 87 overs into the second day when that one came to an end. At Lords back in 2011. Here it's 169 for 3, a lead of 30 for Warwickshire in their second innings. After a few words from Phil Britt, it will be Richard Wilford.
Thank you, Kevin. And it's going to be Tom Helm to continue at the Birmingham end. So he's going to be bowling to Sam Hain. These two continue to try and get Warwickshire into some sort of significant lead. He comes in again. He was troubled him in the previous over, but this one Hain gets quickly over, pulls away to deep backward square leg. Will just get a single this time. There's a man down there fielding, waiting for it. These two came together when Yates was out, the only wicket to fall today. He was out in the 21st over. He was then 62 for 3. It's now gone to 170 for 3. With it, a small lead, but a lead of 31. So effectively 31 for 3 in their second innings, which is considerably better from Warwickshire's point of view than they were looking at this time yesterday. Helm comes in and bowls, and this is way over Mosley's head through to the keeper. Good afternoon, Richard.
Hello. So the wicket now starts to remind me a bit of the Ashes test here, in that they're trying a little bit of leg theory with a leg slip in place. One of the quirks, which somebody in the room has probably established already, but I don't know. But the new ball will be due immediately after tea. It's going to be bang on. We're going to hit 80 overs for tea today. So
the only thing which might stop them taking it is the possible rain.
But yeah, although that tends to look like it a bit later, but
in, this is run away to backward point. There's no run.
But it will be right on the cusp of when the potential rain's coming in. The resumption after tea, which would be, the way things are going at the moment, about 25 past 4, because we're running a bit late on overs. Yeah, so unless Dakaris bowls some bunch of overs here, we're going to be looking 5 past 4 for tea. And the forecast does suggest that we've got some rain coming in. Some of it might be a bit earlier now, actually. The forecast suggests the first shower could be between 4 and 5. And I think once we're off, we may stay off today. It might be that sort of day.
Helm in, bowls. This is down the leg side. Mosley does his best to take everything out of the way and allow it to go through, which he does. And it stays on 170 for 3. Both batsmen are on 57.
Faced a very similar number of deliveries as well. There's only one between them.
Yeah, it's gone along.
So I can't describe why, but Phil's just reacted to something on the news, which will not draw any comment on.
And he ducks under this next one, and it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
He's having to work really, really hard to get the ball up at all. But the previous delivery is the sort of line with the leg slip that is quite challenging. He's trying to get it up the armpit of Dan Mosley, really, isn't he? That's what he's aiming for. That sort of line is going to cause a problem. Sky is a bit grey, but this ball now is 64 overs old, so it's not going to offer an awful lot. But that is a hint of weather to come. There was a rain delay at Taunton early today. We often get our weather from that direction. Might be slightly more from the west today rather than the southwest.
Just looking at the flags, that could be the way they're going. Helm in, bowls, and again, that was 2 or 3 of those deliveries fired in. It gets away with it. So 170 for 3.
I'll have an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR very shortly. Mosley's now faced more deliveries than Hain, 148 to 147, but this has been a very resourceful partnership. Worth 108. When the feed, and hello to you if you're listening to us via the feed of the pictures, you can see when they show the press box end, of which we're part of, that it is a little bit gloomy above there. Haven't had the floodlights on yet today. We did for a while yesterday. As Roland Jones comes into bowl to Hayne, who's forward watchfully, defends it back past the bowler and up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Update listeners now to our 2 local stations here. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, and what a difference a day makes. After yesterday's catalogue of wickets, no fewer than 22 in the day, we've passed the halfway point of day 2 and only 1 has fallen. It means Warwickshire are now in front on 170 for 3, a lead of 31 thanks to a resourceful century stand between Sam Hayne, who's on 57. It's the 8th time he's reached 50 in the championship this year, and Dan Mosley with him, the youngster. He's on 57, also his 5th half century. Warwickshire 170 for 3, lead by 31. So the challenge for Dan Mosley to see if he can convert for the first time. Of the 8 occasions that Sam Hayne has now gone past 50 in the championship this year, he's converted 3 to hundreds. I mean, if he got to 100 in this innings, it would level it up at 4 and 4. But there's still a lot of work to do to get there. But I think resourceful is the right word for this partnership, as it's clipped round the corner, this next delivery from Roland Jones by Hayne for a comfortable single. So he takes the lead. 58 to him, 171 for 3.
It's a fairly familiar pattern that is beginning to evolve here. If Sam Hayne makes runs, Warwickshire make runs. It does seem to mould others around him, and if Sam Hayne fails, generally it's a disappointing return for Warwickshire. But they've been very fortunate. The last 2 or 3 seasons, Sam Hayne has been prolific in championship cricket as well as white ball cricket.
Roland Jones into Mosley, guides him square past the umpire Rob Bailey for another run, so 58 all now, 172 for 3. I thought it was very impressive the way they won their matches in the T20 when Hayne was injured. I think the Hayne dependency that we've referred to a lot in T20 cricket was overcome. 3 very mature innings from Jacob Bethel amongst that. Mosley making runs. Rob Yates with 450s in successive games. They found different people to step up and win them games. I note the ground staff are suddenly interested in the hover cover. So it might just be that a first shower comes through a bit earlier than we'd anticipated here.
Yeah, their radar, which they use, is pretty accurate, I have to say. It's just beginning to get those stirrings of people just getting into position. And the umpires usually take note of that as well.
Roland Jones into Hayne, pushing forward and played a little bit outside the line of that. It was the inner half of the bat. It was then kicked into the leg side field by Roland Jones, and Hayne for a moment thought that might afford him a single, but it didn't. 172 for 3. Roland Jones without a wicket in his 1 ball shy of 16 overs in the second innings. 3 for 27 in the first. Bowled very nicely. He's got through pretty decent workload already in this match. Roland Jones, the Middlesex skipper. He comes in again from this pavilion end to bowl to Hayne outside off stump. Good carry above hip height through to the wicketkeeper John Simpson. And the end of the over, 172 for 3. If there's so much as a light drizzle, we know that Hassan Adnan will get quite excitable, the umpire. He was very eager to come off on a couple of occasions yesterday.
Yeah.
The bad light one was genuinely quite bizarre. Yeah. he was halfway back to the pavilion and Rob Bailey was looking around to see where he'd gone. He had to go past him to do it as well.
And by the time he actually got the light meter out, the light had improved from when they'd first gone off.
Yeah.
So the benchmark is quite low in actual fact for them to come off. It's going to be, doesn't need to get too dark. Anyway, at the moment we're fine. There's no floodlights on or anything. The cloud is building up as we look over to our left where the weather's coming in from. We just hope that it's not going to affect us. Helm starts a new over to Dan Mosley. He's on 58, the same as Sam Hayne. Warwickshire 172 for 3 as Helm comes in, bowls, and this is down the leg side, and Mosley tries to pull it round down to that deep fine leg where there's a man waiting, but he gets nothing on it, and it flies through to the keeper.
They're effectively 33 for 3. You've got a leg slip, a long leg, a deep square leg, and a forward short leg. How about keeping that shot out of your armoury for this session, particularly with the weather potentially closing in? Just don't do it.
It's a very short boundary. The only thing I'd say on that, if he does get hold of it and he threw everything at it, he'll probably clear the man down there by a long way. He's got hold of that one and he's hit it straight to the man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and he's done exactly what Richard was saying, don't do. And Mosley has given his wicket to the short ball and pulled it into the trap. He got away with, didn't get hold of the first one and miss-hit that second one. And he walks off smacking his pad, but quite frankly, he's been suckered out there, really.
And it's no different from the way that the Australians were getting a series of cheap wickets by bowling short. There's only one way you're going to get out to a ball like that, and that's by doing what they're telling you to do, which is to whack it to the fielder in the deep, and he's done exactly that. And you know, again, young player, he's got a lot to learn in the game, and if he's going to start converting these half centuries into hundreds, and he's yet to get a championship 100, he's certainly got the capability to score championship hundreds, then he's got to know that he had the warning the previous ball, and there's this thing about, you've got to play your natural game and you've got to be positive, and I get all that, but there's an element of common sense has to come into it as well. And nobody will be more glowing about how Dan Mosley has continued to develop this year. Quite brilliant in the T20, and that was a really good innings, but it could have been even better, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could. He'd done all the hard work, and they'd done it without taking any risks. And then Helm's been banging the ball in short term for the last couple of overs, and he's tried to take him on before. And I think that if he'd have probably got hold of that one, he may well have cleared, because it's a relatively short boundary, but he mishit it. And in the end, he couldn't have done a better job of picking the fielder out. It went straight to them out on the boundary edge. He just had to steady himself and wait one step forward, and a comfortable catch.
Credit to Middlesex that they've come up with a tactic, and it's worked. Ryan Higgins was immediately in position to take the catch. He's absolutely seen it all the way, and takes what was in the end a straightforward catch. A second wicket for Tom Helm, who's worked really hard from the Birmingham end without a lot of help. But from judging the situation in the game, that was a shot that you'd love to take back.
Helm into the new batsman, who's Jacob Bethel, who gets off the mark with his first ball received, just turns it past short leg. The other thing Helm had done, he'd come round the wicket to bowl to Mosley. He'd been bowling over the wicket to him before, came round the wicket and banged that one in, and he suddenly took the bait. So 173 for 4. Warwickshire now. Their lead is 34. But they've only got 6 wickets left. And very much now depends on Sam Hain to keep this, make sure the innings holds together. As Helm comes in to him and bowls, and Hain just drops the ball out into the offside and runs. He pushes out to wide, mid-off. Easy single out there. They amble through. He goes on to 59.
It's a case of you need Hain to go well, but you need one other player at least to make good runs here, whether it be Bethel, Barnard or Burgess, who are the next 3. They do bat down to number 8 this week, but they're going to have to, because Middlesex are immediately back in the box seat with that wicket.
Yes, it's put the back advantage firmly with them, as this one to Bethel is a rising ball, which Bethel takes one hand off the bat, plays it down into the ground just in front of short leg. Just needs to be just aware of short leg waiting there for the catch. So there's 2 slips. There's a leg slip. There's a fine leg. The man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a backward point, a mid-off, and a wide mid-on, who's now coming round more to mid-wicket. So there's a big gap there through mid-on as Helm is in the shorter, and again Bethel leaves that one as the ball goes through to Simpson. End of the over. Successful over 4 for Middlesex with that wicket for Helm.
They needed to create something, and that's what they've done. Ground staff are walking away from the hover cover now, so I think they think that little shower that may have been around has now departed. That leaves Roland Jones to continue. Has it been a while since we ran through some scores, Phil? I'll have a look at a few. Okay. Another match has matched this one for 24 wickets, which is the Hampshire-Essex game. Hampshire 73 for 4 in their second innings. Lead Essex by just 24 runs. A couple of more wickets there for James Porter. He's having a very good game. He's got 7 in the match. So Essex at the moment on top in what is probably the big match of the week. As Roland Jones approaches to bowl to Hayne. Hayne forward and pushes him to short mid-wicket. And no run. Northampton eventually out for 342 against Lancashire earlier today. 3 wickets each for Balderson and Morley. And Lancashire in reply, a 96 without loss. Jennings 52, Wells 42. So they've made a really solid start to that. Notts 350, Kent 66 for 1. Compton the man out for 40. Albert has 24 and Geddes 24. This is full outside off stump. Only one slip in place now, and Hayne leaves it alone. Surrey 368 for 9. Leads Somerset by 198 at tea. In fact, they're all out. That's why it's tea. 368 all out, and they're taking tea. 2 batsmen out for 99 today, Latham and Jacks. Matt Henry, Evergreen, 6 for 80. Ben Green, Ever Henry, 3 for 39.
That's unusual to have 2 batsmen out in the same innings for 99, isn't
It's
it?
a bit much, isn't it? A bit much to be going on with. Roland Jones into Hayne again. Outside off stump, left alone, slightly low bounce. Derbyshire is 75 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 521 for 8 declared. Might do well to get a result out of that match this week, the way it's going. Rees on 42 and Kame 31. Century for Ingram in that big score of 521 for Glamorgan. No wickets for the former Bear. Alex Thompson, who had a very good week last week. Still batting in the first innings at Scarborough after the rain of yesterday. Yorkshire 292 for 7 against Durham. Adam Lyth made 111. As Roland Jones down the leg side, and Hayne doesn't offer a shot. 3 wickets there for Matthew Potts. They've only had 78 overs in that game. And on the first day at Cheltenham, Worcestershire 225 for 7. Matthew Waite has bailed them out a bit with 64. Gareth Roderick made 53. Brett D'Oliveira 42 not out. And 3 wickets for Zaman Akhtar. Those are the scores around the country. Field for Hayne has got a lot of protection on the leg side. It's a 5-4 leg side split with just 1 slip in place, and he guides it out towards extra cover, where Josh DeCaris does the fielding. And there's no run. 13 overs still to come after this before tea. So again, we're looking at 4:05 if the weather holds.
Yeah, we're not. No sign of any spin. They were an over behind on the over rate. Yeah, they still are. So it's just keeping. That's not going to worry them at this stage.
Roland Jones once more to Hayne, forward in defence, pushes it out in the offside, end of the over for Roland Jones. That was his 17th. Helm has bowled 17. They've had quite a workload now, this Middlesex side, but the knowledge is that after tea, and when if rain delays, it might be tomorrow morning that the second new ball will be due, and that'll be a very useful moment for them. Effectively, Warwickshire 35 for 4, if you like, on 174 for 4.
Tom Helm will continue at the Birmingham end. The sheets which are used as the sight screens, which are behind him, beginning to billow as the wind picks up. It's really rippling across them as Helm comes in to the left-handed Jacob Bethel, who is up on his toes and looking to work it on the onside, gets squared up and the ball runs out in front of him. And it's kicked with disdain by Helm to short leg as he follows through, and then he marches off back up towards the Birmingham end as the ball is inspected by his colleagues. before being tossed to him. One bounce to him to keep the shine on it. He turns on his way. Jacob Bethel waits. He's in and he turns this away and now did that carry to leg slip? I think it might have done, judging by the reaction of one or two of the fielders. But, it was flicked off his hip by Bethel to the leg slip, and the ball was spilt. But just looking at the reaction, I wonder whether that did carry. Perhaps you can see on the replay there, Richard.
First replay doesn't give us too much of a clue, nor does the second one, because the fielder's out of shot. The arc of the ball would suggest to me it dropped just short.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a drop chance. I think
just didn't quite.
He nearly fell into the trap. I just think don't play the ball if you don't have to at the moment against the short stuff.
Helm into him again. This one lips and nearly takes the end of his nose off as it whips through to John Simpson, and that one was really leapt up off a length and surprised Bethel. He's getting a bit of a working over here by Helm. Sam Hain comes down to him and just has a word with him, but certainly not settled at all, the young Warwickshire batsman.
That was a snorter though, wasn't it? I don't care who you are. If you're a left-handed bat facing that ball from over the wicket from Helm, that's a snorter, whoever you are. And the field is very much set for the short barrage to continue.
Helm in again. This one is again short and again almost falling into the trap of trying big attempted pull and almost gets an edge to it through to the keeper, and Bethel's just got to be careful here. Ride out this spell from Helm. It's quite it's a good spell, but he can't keep bowling this, and the important thing is not to throw your wicket away. It's important now that Bethel, who's been given this opportunity, he actually gets this score going. It's just on 1 at the moment. 174 for 4, but this one he ducks underneath and it goes through quickly through to the keeper. He's bowling with a bit of venom here, Tom Helm.
Oh, a lot of venom. It's something about the self-confidence of the modern player, isn't it? That they don't want to take a shot out of their armoury, and you know, why is Bethel trying to pull the ball? Why is he trying to pull? Helm is towards the end of a spell here. He's absolutely steaming in. He's hitting the pitch hard with an old ball. It's some tremendous pace bowling from Helm, who is a talent. And if you don't have to play the ball, don't play it. Just bob and weave.
He's in, he bowls, and Bethel this time gets a ball which he can just play down in front of short leg. He sees the over out. Helm gets a couple of pats on the back from his colleagues. Well, that was another really top over from him, and could easily have picked up the 5th wicket. However, Bethel survives. I think that's all one can say. He survives it. But it certainly didn't look convincing.
That was a tough over for sure.
174 for 4 it is.
Roland Jones is going to continue. Before too long, we'll have an Eve Jones back as well, because she's sauntered back into the box.
She had a good old break now. She had a long stretch.
She's been looking for fruit and other healthy things, I think. Roland Jones is in to bowl to Hain. Hain pushes forward and defends it into the leg side. And there's no run. So she's probably eating biscuits and I'm giving the game away, but yeah.
Well, that rain, which had been forecast and which the ground staff obviously thought was going to come, has not materialised, I'm pleased to say.
Yeah, most of the rain that's forecast is after 4, particularly after 5. So that was, I think, an earlier shower that was very close to the ground. Hain has his outside edge beaten here. There's a half appeal from behind the stumps. Roland Jones was not joining in the appeal himself, which gave Hassan Adnan a clue to feed off for sure. But that was a good ball past the edge of a batsman, Hain, who's been there all day for his 59. And he's just indicating, we're trying to indicate to somebody what the movement was there, but Bethel was facing the other way, so he's learned nothing from that. Bethel was wandering back in the direction of the pavilion towards the umpire. And Roland Jones, back of a length, turned off his pads, but square leg is short and gathers. And there's no run, keeping a bit of pressure on Hayne, keeping him on strike, denying him the runs. Warwickshire only 35 runs ahead with 6 wickets standing, although that's a considerably better position than the one they were in this morning. 121 for 2 on the day in 52 and a half overs.
I think the Middlesex bowling attack has really kept the pressure on throughout the day. Warwickshire not been able to get going, get away at all.
Wide outside off stump, driven through the offside. It beats the man in the infield this time, and that does release the valve a bit. 4 more to Sam Hayne. Didn't overhit the ball, just forces it wide of the fielder, and he moves into the 60s. 63 to Hayne, 178 for 4, the lead up to 39.
That was a lovely shot from Hayne, but it was just slightly overpitched by Roland Jones into half volley, which Hayne was on to. Cracked away, but been a rarity because they really have been able to keep the control on Warwickshire. They've lost 2 wickets, but just added just over 120 runs in the session, in the day so far.
This one's turned off his pads by Hayne for a comfortable single out to Helm, who's patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. Takes the lead to 40, Hayne to 64. And as much as he might be keen to get Bethel off strike against Helm if Helm is to continue, there's still another 11 overs to go till tea.
He was going to come in, replace me at the end of the over.
Felt like a negotiation there. Did you have to
Well,
offer
she's in the process of
a
writing
Murray
a
Mint
novel.
or something? Is she?
Oh,
is she?
memoirs or something.
She's making notes about something.
Yeah, notes on.
Roland Jones round the wicket to Bethel, steers it towards mid-wicket.
Either
no
that,
run.
or she's trying to persuade us that she's actually doing something really, really important. You can find out from her, Richard.
I am nosy enough to ask her. End of the over, 179 for 4. Warwickshire lead Middlesex by 40. Helm is going to continue what has been a pretty lengthy spell from the Birmingham end, and a very good spell as well. It's been increasingly hostile as they try and get wickets, and Dan Mosley rather obliged, I'm afraid, with the launch out towards the square leg boundary where Ryan Higgins took the catch. And whilst the tactic was to try and encourage him to play shots like that, he can't help feeling that he got himself out.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed. Obviously, he did all the hard work, got himself in.
If they turn those 50s to 100s, don't want to give them away lightly like that.
Helm into ball, this time banged in short. Hayne doesn't really have to duck under it. It's gone quite a fair way over his head, but he's giving it 1 for the over.
You get 1 for the over, but that's got to be close to being a wide.
He barely had to duck, did he?
Well, he stood full high. I don't think we'll see a replay necessarily of that, but it did look like it was a bit too high, that. But I'm not so sure that Hayne is going to be keen to take on the pull shot. There is a long leg, a deep backward square leg, and another deep square leg in front of square, as well as a forward short leg.
Interesting. See what probably that short stuff coming down, as that one's just worked off the hip by Hayne. Just walks through for a single.
And Middlesex won't be disappointed about that, because it gets Bethel back on strike whilst Helm has still got something left in the tank. They've overtaken us on wickets now, by the way, at Southampton. Hampshire 82 for 5 second time round, lead Essex by 33. So
They've caught us up.
They have. And Lancashire have lost their first wicket against Northampton, 114 for 1, 228 behind. Safe Zaib has got Jennings for 55.
So Helm into ball to Bethel. That one's driven firmly, big thick outside edge, and went all along the floor, but he picks up 4 through the vacant third man area. He moves to 5.
I think he was in reasonable control of that shot.
Yeah. There's no way there's a chance of a catch. It did flew off the outside edge, but it went pretty much all along the deck. Lead now is 45.
I mean, look, Warwickshire need the lead to begin with a 2. Middlesex will want the lead to be below 150. I think that's kind of the initial bargaining position here.
Yeah,
I mean, they'd love it to be rather less than that, of course, and it could happen.
I think they've got to get it up to that 200 mark, haven't they? That one's banged in short, and Bethel just ducks his head under that one, lets it go through. They have got a deep square and a long leg if he does decide to take that on. Ready for a catch.
I hope that Sam Hayner said to Jacob, Bethel, don't take on the short ball now.
Yeah.
There is so little to gain from taking on the short ball and so much to lose.
Yeah, completely agree. Although he would be hitting to the shorter boundary, but you're right, I think not really needed at this stage. Helm now just choosing to come around the wicket to Bethel. Slip's just going a little bit finer. 2 slips and a gully as he bowls, and that one just beats the outside edge of Bethel. Pretty good delivery, that one.
It's been a really good spell. He's got through a lot of work today, Tom Helm, already. And Toby Rowland-Jones is still bowling at this end, 10 overs away from the new ball. I wonder if they're factoring in the possibility of rain, knowing that the new ball's available immediately after tea, but we could be getting into dodgy territory. Maybe Rowland-Jones is wise in saying, well, actually, we can probably go a little bit longer with our seamers, and then they'll be ready and fresh to come back tomorrow.
As Helm bowls this time, that's found the edge, but again runs all the way along the carpet down for 4 runs towards third man. Good scoring over there for Warwickshire. Bethel now on 9, 188 for 4.
Yeah, wasn't in control of that one, but Bethel's got himself underway now with 9. This is, again, when you're looking at a teenage cricketer like this, in terms of their learning curve, days like this are absolutely enormous, aren't they? Where, it's a game where Warwickshire are scrapping to keep themselves afloat. They've given themselves a bit of opportunity. What can you do? Can you give support to your senior batter? The man we rely on most is out there. He's on 65. First job for you, Jacob. See him through to 100. If you're still there when he gets to 100, then you're going to have seriously improved the position. For Middlesex, it's just keep going. I know Josh DeCaris is warming up at the moment. He's at deep backward point at the moment. As Rowland-Jones comes in to bowl to Hayne, who's forward watchfully in defence. 5-4 leg side field again, with a short square leg, short mid-wicket and mid-on. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary and at long leg. A single slip, mid-off, extra cover, and that deep backward point, which is, again, one of these positions that seems to have come in a bit in the last 12 months. Rather than a third man, you have a deep backward point.
It's probably one of them where you're trying to cover 2 positions, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you think if it does find the edge, then chances are anyway it's going to probably run away for 4.
Haynes just dabbing this ball down towards gully for a single. It was a slower ball from Rowland-Jones. And it takes him to 66, 189 to 5. The lead is exactly 50. You very rarely see an orthodox long leg these days. It's often a very sort of deep backward square leg that you see. Because even at long leg, you tend to get beaten on the inside by a little nick, don't you? So, again, that's covering off 2 positions.
Yeah, and that's a position, I suppose, in the white ball game, especially in our team, we very rarely have a fine leg. It's normally that deep backward square and a third that we start with. So, as you say, the chances are if they do get a fine little tickle on it, it's going to go for 4 anyway. So,
Rowland-Jones round the wicket to the left-handed. Bethel wraps him on the pad, and appeal for LBW is turned down, and the appeal was strangled fairly quickly as well. Let's try and call this one up. We'll wait for a replay. I just got a feeling that was a nick onto the pads. The last time we were on air, there was a nick onto the pads by Mosley, but we'll have another look now because the appeal was not extended. Actually, it might just have been going down the leg side. Do you reckon?
I think so, yeah.
Toby Rowland-Jones' interest in the appeal was short-lived, actually. Fair play to him. I don't think he quite fancied it. And then he comes now to bowl once more to Bethel, who's on 9, and he leaves the ball. That one keeps a bit low as well. If anything has kept low, it's tended to be when the bowling's been from this end.
Yeah, there's been a few, hasn't there, today now that have just dropped short. Even the catch, actually, Sam Hain nicked one early on, didn't he? And that just fell short as well. Just wondering whether the carry isn't as good at that far end.
The wind's blowing in two entirely different directions at the moment. The flags for a moment were blowing from right to left. They're switching back again now, but they were blowing quite well from right to left. The clouds are still going from left to right as this beats the outside edge of Bethel, who's pushing forward outside off stump. Good effort and good energy from Roland Jones in his 19th over of the innings. And he does look a tad world weary, but there's a wry smile on his face as he looks at Stevie Eskenazi. I think he knows he's bowled well enough to deserve something in this spell.
Yeah, he bowled particularly well in the first innings, 3 for 27 off only 7 overs.
Into Bethel again, and a much better defensive position from Bethel off the back foot, forces it into the covers. Let's see if the change happens now. Doesn't look like it's going to. Tom Helm is very quick to get that white floppy off, and he wants to carry on from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, the Middlesex bowlers certainly having to work a lot harder this innings. Wickets came by very frequently in the first innings, but yeah, they've just having to keep grinding it out here and trying to make something happen. Helm's going to bowl his 20th over of the innings. Just the one slip in place now. Still opting for those 3 fields on the boundary on the leg side. Short leg in. As Helm bowls short ball again. Hain just letting that one go through, just getting underneath that one. Welcome back, Kevin.
So I said to Phil Brett, no, I don't think it will be a one-day finish, and I definitely shouldn't check out on the night of the second evening.
Yeah, I think he'll be back tomorrow.
I'll bring muffins tomorrow. Oh, you're not here tomorrow, are you? No muffins today because of the complaints yesterday.
Helm into ball. Short again. Hain does try and attempt a pull shot, but I think he just wears that one. Wasn't as high up, that bouncer, so I think it was there, but tried to take it on, but doesn't get any time, and I think he actually just wears that one in his mid-drift.
189 for 4. So the lead is 50. And, well...
What would you say Middlesex are happy
chasing?
What would they be comfortable chasing?
Oh, no, they should
now?
be comfortable chasing 150, 160, but...
That 200 mark, I think, would be a...
I mean, I think 150, anything above that, you start to get to a grey area. Above 200 for sure.
Helm bowls short again this time. It's a little bit down the leg side, but...
But as I say, I even think another 100. I even think 120, which is only 70 runs away. Then all of a sudden, you know, team's 5 for 2, and there's a wobble, isn't there? So.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get a couple of early wickets, then it really does put the pressure on that middle order.
It's all to play for here at Edgbaston, in my opinion.
Would you say fairly even Stevens now?
I think you would.
Really well,
I think that last wicket just drags slightly back to, you know, getting to that.
As Helm bowls this time a little bit fuller, and Hain defends that one off the back foot still.
Yeah, how often do we get to the end of the first innings of the match, both sides are batting and say, well, scores are level, it's a one innings match now, isn't it? Are we quite at that stage to call this a one innings match? Not really just yet. I think you'd still want to be Middlesex. 50 for 4 effectively, Warwickshire, on a day where only 2 wickets have fallen. So, you know, the day 3 shouldn't fill Middlesex with terror.
Yeah, I think Sam Hain's obviously key here, isn't he? You know, how much damage he can do. And he's had a fairly good season again, hasn't he? So they'll be keen to get him, as that one's just banged in. Hain does try and go after it, but goes through to Simpson. Interesting here because they have got the 3 fielders out on the leg side. They've got deep square and then 2 sort of behind square. And Hayne is taking it on. This is a clear plan here from Helm. Trying to get him to miss Q1 and get a catch on the boundary down here in front of us. Floodlights are now on as well. So clearly a little bit darker here. Quite a bit of cloud above us. Final ball of the over. Helm's in this time. A bit fuller. Worked off the legs of Hayne, but good stop there. Short leg by. Not quite sure who that is in there, but saves
Mark
a certain
Stoneman,
run.
I'd imagine. Let's have a look. I think it's
Completes the
Stoneman.
over. 189 for 4. Warwickshire leading by 50.
So, 110 run partnership between Hayne and Mosley for the 4th wicket. Now for the 5th wicket, these two just nudging things along with 17. It's that lead, isn't it? As I say, 50 for 4, that's the figure you've got to have in mind. And 50 for 4 on a day where only 2 wickets have fallen. You'd still definitely want to be Middlesex, but runs, runs are, they have to be scored. You go out in the final innings, you're on the edge of a cliff, aren't you? Basically, is the analogy of it for there's no way back. It starts to go wrong, it's gone, in a chase. So, yeah, they, like I said, the weight of just what 16 points would do for Middlesex's season is massive.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end.
It's Higgins, and he's around the wicket. Bowls, and forward goes Bethel, pushing back. Top ball. Go on, Higgy. Cry from somewhere out there. He's, well, he was the leading wicket taker coming into the game, but he's been overtaken by Bamba. Can he come up with the goods for Middlesex?
How many behind is he now? Is he one behind?
Two behind.
Two
Well,
behind.
He was what? Let's get this right. 1 ahead coming into the game. As this ball's full down the leg side to Bethel. What did we establish? He had 25. Bamba had 24. It looks as though there's a spot of rain in the air at the moment. The floodlights on. Oh, yeah, the hover cover has ground staff around it ready to go if they get the signal. It could be tea imminently here. So Higgins had 25, Bamba had 24. He has 7 wickets for the match at the moment, taking him to 31. Higgins has a couple of wickets, taking him to 27, so he's a 4 ahead of him at the moment indeed. Here comes Higgins, bowls, and forward goes left-handed Bethel, pushing into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, you can see the spectators actually making their way to the back of the stand.
Oh,
And that's it, I think.
that's tea. That's tea at 3:40. Well, would you ever? Can you believe it? Tea at 3:40. There's a thing.
It looks like it's actually coming down quite heavy now.
Take a picture, folks.
It's coming a lot earlier than what the weather forecast earlier suggested. It said about 5 o'clock earlier in the day, but has arrived early.
Well, let's hope. Let me have a look. We'll have a quick look at the rain radar and see what it looks like for the next little while. Let's hope not. I mean, the 2-day finish is virtually gone now, hasn't it, on this one? Oh dear. It's a big old band of rain, this, isn't it? Oh, it's off. Finger across the throat stuff from Richard Wilford. That's not just that's not just off the back of his conversation with Phil Britt. Oh yeah, that's bad, isn't it?
Yeah,
Goodness me. Well,
pretty
Eve,
set in for the evening, doesn't it?
nice working with you, Eve. Where are you next? When are you doing a Middlesex game next?
I'm not sure. That's it for a while now.
Well, good luck with the month ahead to you. For here, yeah, that may well be tea and stumps. Looking at the forecast, now we must never obviously believe a forecast fully, or write off cricket, indeed, even just for a day's play. But the rain begins to fall, not heavily, but it's the start of what looks like quite a continuous and heavy band of rain that's sweeping across somewhere over Abergavenny at the moment, the Ebervale maybe, the nucleus of it. Well, we can wrap up and say goodbye then for now, can't we? Can I get a thumbs up from a producer? I can. So 189 for 4 as you depart, possibly for the game if this is tea and stumps. Who's going to win?
Oh. Well, I've got to sit on the fence a bit. I can't be too
So that means Middlesex, because you're Warwickshire at heart, so you have to sit on the fence. That means she thinks Middlesex is going to win.
Well, obviously...
Silence is golden. Go on. I'll let you off the hook. No, it is. It's still Middlesex's game to lose, because there's a lot of runs that still need to be scored. But again, the caveat is a chase will be nervy, and it could be perilous with a couple of early wickets for a side that desperately need the 16 points, whereas Warwickshire would be more delighted with the 16 points to try and keep pressure on at the top. Well, just 2 wickets so far today. That might be it for day 2. What a stark contrast. 22 on day 1 and 2 on day 2. Although we might lose a session here, obviously, but nonetheless, 39.3 overs remaining, so we'll make those up tomorrow if needs be. But we'll leave you with Bethel on 9 and Hayne on 66 and Warwickshire 189 for 4. And like I say, just a few nerves will start to be going to Middlesex here, because they'll know they need to wrap this up quickly. But of course, the second new ball will be available in 7.5 overs when play does resume. Let's hope that's imminently. You can bet that's tea now. But as soon as play does resume, we will be back here at Edgbaston with all the coverage. In the meantime, you can tune in around the country to all the other games that are going on and keep up to date with it all on the live text service from Jed upstairs and all the rest of the folk around the country looking after it. So, Mark, thanks for your company for now here at Edgbaston. It is tea, I would imagine. It probably is stumps. 189 for 4.
This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where rain is currently delaying proceedings just at the end of an early tee taken with Warwickshire on 189 for 4 in their second innings. That's now a lead of 50 with 6 wickets standing. Sam Hain still there on 66. Really watchful, controlled innings from him. Jacob Bethel has had a couple of scares on his way to 9. Dan Mosley, when he rather ended his own innings, he fell for a leg side trap, holing out to deep square leg off the bowling of Tom Helm for 58. But it's been a decent day for the Bears. 189 for 4, they lead by 50. Yeah, it certainly has been, Mikey. Only 2 wickets have fallen today, and Warwickshire have got themselves into the lead before rain interrupted things about 50 minutes ago, and it could well be that it's going to set in for the evening. The ground staff seem to be expecting it. On the field, though, they've moved on to 189 for 4. An excellent innings from Sam Hain, Mr. Reliable. 8th time he's passed 50 this season. He's unbeaten on 66. Dan Mosley, a century stand with him. He made 58 before falling into a bit of a leg side trap and holding out on the square leg boundary when a century, a first championship century, was maybe begging for him. Jacob Bethel is the other not-out batsman on 9. The Bears lead by 50 with 6 wickets standing. We may struggle to get any more play today, though. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where rain is falling steadily and the sky has filled in somewhat, so we may see a premature close to day 2. Warwickshire have batted well today, taking their overnight score of 53 for 2 to 189 for 4. That means they're now 50 runs ahead of Middlesex and in a position to put a bit of pressure on them tomorrow. Sam Hain has been the starter, and an excellent innings from him. He's unbeaten on 66. Great support from Dan Mosley with 58, but rain has stopped play and we may struggle to get back on.